Chapter 2229, 2229 Blind. 2229 Blind. Tai Han knew very well. Even if the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleted and he could no longer release divine powers and secret skills, his body and melee combat strength were extremely terrifying. Therefore, Tai Han did not hold back at all and almost released all his trump cards. Frost Spike. Tai Han's glabella opened up and his massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, forming a sharp and cold spike that stabbed toward Su Zimo. He did not release his essence, spirit, secret skill earlier on and avoided the calamity. When Su Zimo's essence spirit was at its weakest, he released this essence, spirit, secret skill that was fatal. Frost Eye. At the same time, Tai Han released the powerful visual technique that he had cultivated. The temperature in the world dipped. The visual technique was released, and two streams of frost burst forth from Tai Han's eyes. Almost instantly they arrived before Su Zimo. Boundless Frost Seal. Tai Han growled and released another greater divine power. Under the channeling of his essence, spirit, and frost blood chi physique, the might of that greater divine power was almost comparable to supreme divine powers. Finally, Tai Han's blood surged and the coldness between his hands rumbled, forming a gigantic ice blade that slashed toward Su Zimo. Tai Han was prepared to engage in melee combat. However, he released essence, spirit, secret skills, visual techniques, and greater divine powers to match. The losses of Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were already immense. He would definitely not allow anything else to happen. He would definitely not give Su Zimo any chance or hope to escape. On the other side, when Immortal Tai Hua released everlasting vitality and recovered the power of his essence spirit, he did not miss this opportunity when he saw that. He channeled his essence spirit and released a second essence spirit secret skill. Swoosh! An essence spirit sword tore through the air and stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Outside the 9 heavens, countless cultivators watched with bated breaths. Indeed, there were only 2 people left from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, their combat strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. The combined attack of the 2 of them was even more terrifying than the combined attack of the 18 Earth Immortals earlier on. Given such circumstances, no one believed that Su Zimo could survive. He was absolutely dead in this situation. "You're far from being able to kill me." Su Zimo hollered, and a majestic aura burst forth from his body. It was filled with vitality, and was even more robust than what Immortal Tai Hua created earlier on, reversing the situation entirely. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. A series of shouts broke out in the square. The crowd that had just quietened down stirred once more. Everlasting vitality was the innate divine power of the Green Lotus True Body, and Su Zimo had already comprehended it back in the lower worlds. When released by the Green Lotus True Body, the effect of that supreme divine power was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already recovered to its peak. Life force surged and Tai Han's greater divine power, Boundless Frost Seal, dissipated instantly. Boundless Frost Seal was only a greater divine power. No matter how powerful it was, it could not freeze the Green Lotus True Body that released everlasting vitality. Su Zimo ignored Immortal Tai Hua's essence, spirit, secret skill, and turned around suddenly, looking at Tai Han, who was charging over. Crack! 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 The power of Frost Eye was the first to arrive. Everywhere the visual technique passed, it left a white frost mark in the void. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that resembled a blazing sun. Illumination Eye. The illumination stone had already fused into Su Zimo's right eye. The visual technique was filled with the extremities of yang energy. The moment the power of Frost Eye collided with Illumination Eye, it began to melt. There was no way to defend against it. Boom! The illumination light surged in and reached Tai Han's face instantly. Tai Han charged over at his fastest speed. He had not expected such a change. Coupled with the instantaneous release of his visual technique, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only try his best to turn his head. Poof! Although he avoided the vital spot on his glabella, the light still entered his left eye and pierced it, creating a hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The moment any blood appeared, it was burned by the illumination light. A lot of Illumination Eye's energy was expended after the collision with Frost Eye. Therefore, it did not manage to kill Tai Han and merely blinded him. Of course, with the remnant power of illumination, Tai Han would need a long time to recuperate if he wanted to recover from such injuries. What a pity! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The nether glow stone in his left eye had once absorbed a large amount of dark power in the Emperor's tomb. Now it was dormant and could not be activated. Otherwise, Tai Han would have been killed on the spot by his two visual techniques if the nether glow eye was released. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was severely injured and his features were contorted in pain, he did not make a single sound. He glared using his remaining eye with a ferocious glint. Coupled with his essence, spirit, secret skill, he raised the frost blade in his hands and slashed towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo was Immortal Tai Hua's attack. In Tai Han's opinion, even if Su Zimo's essence spirit recovered to its peak, he would not be able to release the reverse scale again and defend against his and Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skills. Gautama Dermic Seal. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and chanted a sutra silently. His glabella shone with a golden light, and an incomparably divine Sanskrit word flew out, emitting a blinding golden light that seemed like it could suppress all evil and transcend all living beings. Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill was released. The Gautama Dermic Seal did not defend against Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit sword. Instead, it charged towards Tai Han's frost spike. Crack! The two essence, spirit, secret skills collided in midair. Tai Han shuddered, and the light on his glabella flickered. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His essence spirit realm was not high enough, and he could not defend against the Gautama Dermic Seal. Although he did not kill anyone in the essence spirit fight this time round, his essence spirit was injured. On the other side, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his left hand and circulated a secret skill. He withdrew a whip that shone with electric arcs from his glabella and struck the descending essence spirit sword. The third essence spirit secret skill. Many cultivators in the square were shocked. Most ordinary cultivators could cultivate an essence spirit secret skill. Those who could cultivate two were already rare paragons. For most people, no matter how many they cultivated, it was unnecessary and they did not possess the energy to use them either. The power of the essence spirit was limited and no one could release essence, spirit, secret skills consecutively. But now, Su Zimo had released 3 essence, spirit, secret skills. Against the terrifying attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, Su Zimo did not die and even released an incomparably powerful counterattack. The methods displayed in this battle had far surpassed the understanding of ordinary Earth immortals. Piak! The sword and whip collided and spirit consciousness wave surged. The two of them had similar essence spirit realms, and there was no victor in this essence spirit fight. However, this time round, there was a hint of cowardice in Immortal Tai Hua's eyes. Chapter 2230, 2230 Pursuit. 22:30 Pursuit. Immortal Tai Hua was not afraid. He merely did not want to continue fighting Su Zimo in the Nine Heavens. Su Zimo's strength was troublesome to deal with and had far surpassed his imagination. At most, it would only shock him, but it was not to the point where he would be afraid. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had almost used up all their trump cards. Now that Su Zimo had released the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality, his essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak. Even if he continued to fight Su Zimo here, immortal Tai Hua was not confident that he could kill the latter. Rather than that, he might as well avoid them for the time being. It would not be too late for him to attack after he left the Nine Heavens and could use his dermic treasures. There were a few powerful dermic treasures in his storage bag that increased his combat strength significantly. At the very least, he had prepared some elixir pills that could be consumed as well. At the end of the day, there were many restrictions in the Nine Heavens, and he could not unleash his combat strength to its peak. It's not because I'm afraid of him. Immortal Tai Hua chanted internally, as though to affirm his conviction. At that thought, immortal Tai Hua abandoned Su Zimo and turned to leave. On the other side, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han obeyed Prince Yuan's orders and could not retreat. Even if he was blinded in one eye and his essence spirit was injured, he was fearless. However, the power of the saber he condensed was greatly reduced after he was severely injured in succession. Su Zimo merely reached out with his bare hands and crushed the saber. At the same time, Su Zimo raised his other hand and released the great Chaos Essence Palm, slapping down on Tai Han's head. Tai Han raised his other arm, wanting to defend. Crack! However, the power of the great Chaos Essence Palm was extremely ferocious and snapped Tai Han's arm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The tremendous power did not stop at all and continued, suppressing Tai Han. Tai Huayu. Right then, Tai Han I caught sight of immortal Tai Hua who was turning to leave and could not help but fly into a rage. Immortal Tai Hua's actions were equivalent to betraying him for Su Zimo. At that moment of life and death, Tai Han's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Raising his head suddenly, his body tilted backwards and he fell. This time round, he avoided fatal damage by a hair's breadth. Bang! The great Chaos Essence Palm pushed down Tai Han's arm and slapped his chest. Accompanied by the jarring sound of bones cracking, a palm-sized pit appeared in Tai Han's chest instantly. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's essence spirit power was depleted earlier on, and the 6-tusk divine strength and 3 heads, 6 arms dissipated as well. If not for that, his strength would have increased by 6 times. Coupled with 3 heads, 6 arms, he would have been able to kill Tai Han the moment he closed in. Of course, that palm strike almost took away half of Tai Han's life. Thump! Tai Han landed heavily on the ground with a pale face. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on the ground, and his entire body was almost stuck to the ground as he retreated. Right then, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved, and he sensed immortal Tai Hua, who was escaping as well. Trying to escape. Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's eyes. Everyone from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect could survive except immortal Tai Hua. Since he killed Yi Fei, Su Zimo wanted him to pay with his life and die with Yi Fei. If this was earlier on, Su Zimo was confident that he would be able to kill Tai Han first before turning to chase after immortal Tai Hua with his many movement techniques and secret skills. But now he had already released his movement techniques and secret skills and could not activate them again in a short period of time. Right now, immortal Tai Hua had already made a move first. If he were to chase after Tai Han, immortal Tai Hua would most likely be gone by the time he returned. The Nine Heavens was way too huge, and it was impossible to find someone who was bent on hiding here. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he were to leave the 9 heavens and kill immortal Tai Hua in front of many heaven immortal experts, who knew what changes would happen? I have to keep him here. At that thought, Su Zimo gave up on Tai Han and turned around, chasing after immortal Tai Hua, who was in the distance. The dozens of cultivators beside the earth ranking steel were dumbfounded. The alliance of the great Jin immortal kingdom and flying immortal sect ended in such an outcome. Tai Han was severely injured, and immortal Tai Hua escaped. As for Su Zimo, he strode forward with a murderous aura and locked his gaze on the figure in the distance. It was clear that he had no intention of letting immortal Tai Hua off. Tai Han clutched his chest and coughed out blood with a miserable expression. He was already a dead man to begin with. If Su Zimo were to chase after him, he would not be able to last 3 rounds. To think that immortal Tai Hua's departure would save his life instead. Tai Han looked at immortal Tai Hua's back view and smiled mockingly. Thereafter, he looked at the tall earth ranking steel not far away. When he looked at the name he left on the steel, the mockery in his eyes intensified. Given his current state, he no longer had the chance to fight for the earth ranking. His essence spirit was injured, and his body was severely damaged with one eye blinded. It was unknown if he could even break through to the heaven immortal realm in the future. With a dejected expression, Tai Han turned around and headed towards the teleportation formation in the direction of level 4. If he wanted to survive, he could not stay here. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could kill immortal Tai Hua, he would definitely die when Su Zimo returned. The only way he could survive was if he searched for a place to hide in the first 4 levels. Beside the earth ranking steel, Feng Yin, who was initially just watching the battle, suddenly moved and chased in the direction of Su Zimo and immortal Tai Hua. Up till this point of the battle, even he was curious. Yu Feng, Yun Lei, and the others chased after him as well. Xie Yun protected Princess Scarlet Rainbow and did not chase after them. He sighed. Scarlet Rainbow, your academy has truly produced a ruthless person this time round. Don't worry. Although the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body was not removed, she could still speak. She said hatefully, Junior brother Su will definitely not let Tai Hua off. He will definitely take revenge for senior brother Yi. It's difficult. Xia Yun shook his head gently. Su Zimo's combat strength might be superior to immortal Tai Hua. However, if immortal Tai Hua were to avoid the battle and escape, he wouldn't stand a chance either. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was silent. She knew that Xie Yin was not wrong. Su Zimo was alone after all. If immortal Tai Hua wanted to escape, there was nothing Su Zimo could do to stop him. In the square, many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. This battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom suffered immense losses. 16 peak Earth Immortals were killed by Su Zimo, and they were almost entirely removed from the Earth ranking. Those 2 factions had lost all face. What was even more frightening was that the battle did not seem to be over yet. Su Zimo did not give up and followed closely behind immortal Tai Hua, bent on killing the latter. Look, what's going on over there? Right then, someone shifted his gaze and was shocked when he saw what happened not far away from the teleportation formation at level 4. Chapter 2231. 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. In level 4, the gigantic willow tree not far away from the teleportation formation was undergoing a shocking transformation. For some reason, countless willow leaves withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The drooping willow branches withered rapidly as well. The ancient and rough bark of the willow tree peeled off bit by bit. However, the life force in the willow tree's body intensified. This disciple of the academy has benefited from misfortune. It's a blessing. Perfected immortal Xiaoling lamented. His cultivation realm was the highest, and his judgment and knowledge far surpassed others. He could tell that after the essence spirit of this academy disciple fused with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit realm had probably already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Now that his body was reborn and he had undergone a complete transformation, his future was limitless. Initially, the endowment of this academy disciple could be seen at a glance. Although he had joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he would only be a heaven immortal in the future at most. But now that he had obtained such a huge opportunity, the potential of this lad was unimaginable. Naturally, Su Zimo obtained the most treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Apart from him, this disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited the most. What great methods! Perfected immortal Xiaoling could not help but sigh when he thought about how this academy disciple's opportunities were related to Su Zimo as well. Initially, Xiaoling was displeased with Su Zimo for snatching the foundation treasure of level 4. But now, after witnessing the battle earlier on, Xiaoling thought about it and realized that it was nothing much for Su Zimo to take away the treasures. He would just treat it as a favor for the latter. At the very least, it was not a bad thing for the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom to be on good terms with this lad. Before long, the willow tree had already completed its transformation, and the original gigantic willow tree had vanished. In its place was a seemingly skinny willow tree sapling. The trunk was only as thick as an arm, and there were only a few willow branches hanging down. They were slender and weak, as though they could be snapped by a gust of wind. The willow sapling began to sway continuously before intensifying. Hiya! Before long, the willow tree let out a slightly tender human voice and pulled itself out of the mud in one go, revealing its roots. After that action, the willow tree seemed to have expended a lot of energy and stood on the spot to rest. Pausing for a moment, the body of the willow tree gradually changed. Many roots gathered, and the trunk evolved. Right in front of many cultivators, the willow tree disappeared, and in its place was a child around 9 years old. Lu Ping's appearance could vaguely be seen through his eyes. The child wore a green robe and had makeup on. His hair was naturally tied into a few small pigtails that swayed slightly like willow branches. After transforming into his human form, the child lowered his head and was stunned. So short. The child looked at his fair and tender hand and was shocked. So small. The child hurriedly conjured a sparkling mirror and looked at it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and smashed the mirror with a punch. Fuck! The child cursed. However, his voice was tender and the vulgarity sounded out of place. Junior brother Su, what have you gotten me into? The child was Lu Ping, who had devoured the gigantic willow essence spirit and wanted to cry. Indeed, he inherited the body of the gigantic willow and was reborn, synthesizing perfectly with this body. However, for some reason, he returned to his childhood appearance. Lu Ping checked out his seemingly weak body hurriedly. Lu Ping was slightly stunned. His cultivation realm did not reverse, and his essence spirit had already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Furthermore, although this body was skinny, the life force and power contained in it was extremely terrifying and perfectly inherited the power of the gigantic willow. Lu Ping clenched his fists in disbelief and muttered to himself, "Although my body has shrunk, I seem to be stronger than before. Wait, junior brother Su is in danger." Suddenly, Lu Ping thought of Su Zimo and hurried towards the teleportation formation with his short legs. The pigtails on his head were almost flying. After arriving at the teleportation formation, Lu Ping ascended to level 5 without hesitation. After arriving at level 5, Lu Ping determined his direction and was about to sprint in the direction of the earth ranking steel when he frowned. Not far away, a figure was clutching his chest and staggering over. The person's face was pale and he was covered in blood. One of his eyes was blind, and he emitted a faint blood stench, looking extremely wretched. "Taihan!" Lu Ping's eyes widened, and he almost did not recognize this person. Compared to the cold and ruthless great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, previously, Taihan was in a wretched state, looking like a stray dog. Lu Ping did not know how Taihan ended up in such a state. However, when he recalled how Taihan chased after him previously, he could not help but sneer. He took a step forward and blocked Taihan's path. Taihan stopped in his tracks and rolled his single eye, glaring at the child before him. The child looked familiar. However, his essence spirit was injured and his mind was in chaos. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by Su Zimo this time round and had suffered a huge blow, he did not think too much about it. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "Where did this child come from? Scram and don't stand in the way." Even if he was severely injured by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was hurt, ordinary earth immortals were not his match. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards and possessed countless killing methods. "Child," Lu Ping glared and grit his teeth. "Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look at who your daddy is." Lu Ping's words were rather imposing. However, it was useless when he said it in the voice of a child. "Little cub, you don't know what's good for you." Taihan did not take Lu Ping seriously at all. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping's head was not even as big as his palm. Although he could not use his essence spirit, divine powers, or secret skills, his physique and blood chi alone were enough to kill most Earth immortals. Because of the injury on his chest, Taihan endured the pain and remained silent. His palm strike was enough to crush the child's head. Lu Ping was alarmed. He had witnessed Taihan's methods and did not dare to fight him head-on. Lu Ping was about to circulate the immortal arts and divine powers of the Academy to defend against Taihan's palm when for some reason an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. As though he was possessed, he shook his head gently. As though they were sentient, the few pigtails on his head suddenly transformed into a few slender and tender willow branches that whipped towards Taihan's palm. Piak! 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 There were a few crisp sounds. A few scarlet blood scars appeared on Taihan's arm. The willow branches wrapped around Taihan's arm and tightened. To Lu Ping's shock, the willow branches dug into Taihan's flesh so deep that his bones could be seen. Sticky blood flowed out with a chilling intent. However, the willow branches were fearless and did not have any blood stains. They were still emerald green. If he continued exerting strength, Taihan's arm might be snapped by a few willow branches. Chapter 2232 2232 Humiliation 2232 Humiliation. Ugh. Taihan grunted and his expression changed. Lu Ping was shocked when he saw that. He had not expected that the unassuming pigtails on his head would be so powerful that they could even break through the defense of Taihan's flesh. Lu Ping did not know what was going on either. However, a memory suddenly appeared and he controlled the willow branches instinctively. He had fused perfectly with the gigantic willow essence spirit and inherited not only its body, but also its many methods and lineage memories. In fact, he could release the methods of the gigantic willow casually without even cultivating. However, he had just transformed into a human and was still unfamiliar with many methods. For example, he could spread out these few willow branches. One of them was enough to lock Taihan's arm while the other willow branches could attack the latter continuously. Taihan's situation was extremely tragic. His other arm was mangled by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm, and his bones were snapped. Right now, his arm was coiled by Lu Ping and could not move at all, almost snapped. His essence spirit was injured, and he could not use the divine power to regrow his severed arm. He merely consumed many elixir pills and relied on his blood qi to recover slowly. To think that he would be restrained once more by this unknown child and his injuries would worsen. Even though his body was extremely battered, there was no hint of submission in Tai-Han's eyes. They were still surging with a ferocious glint as he prepared to counterattack. He accepted the fact that he was beaten to such a state by Su Zimo. After all, it was his own lack of competence. However, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, how could he be restrained by a child around 9 years old? Most importantly, he knew that there was no such child among the top experts of the 9 heavens. Tai-Han's left arm was crippled, and his right arm was bound by the willow branches. The only thing he could move were his legs. After Lu Ping fused with the gigantic willow, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially, and his spirit consciousness reached the heaven immortal realm. His senses were extremely sharp. The moment Tai-Han intended to move, Lu Ping had already sensed it. Lu Ping was still extremely wary of Tai-Han. Both parties were so close that he could not release any other methods in time. He could only punch instinctively and shout softly. Tai-Han had just raised his leg when Lu Ping's punch landed on his chest. That punch was way too fast. Poof! With a single punch, Tai-Han's chest was pierced and his heart exploded. A chubby fist protruded from Tai-Han's back, stained with blood. Lu Ping and Tai-Han were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Neither of them expected that punch to severely injure Tai-Han. With the rupture of his heart, Tai-Han's blood drained rapidly and he looked dispirited. Coupled with the injury to his essence spirit, he had almost lost his combat strength. This body is way too strong. Lu Ping's heart was pounding excitedly. Actually, although his physique was strong after inheriting the body of the gigantic willow, it was not at this level. It was because Tai-Han's chest was shattered by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm first, and his flesh and bones were almost rotten inside. That was the only reason why Lu Ping's punch could penetrate his chest. Blood gushed out of Tai-Han's mouth continuously. His body could barely hold on any longer and swayed as he looked down at Lu Ping's face, and his pupils constricted. Tai-Han tried his best to open his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. However, blood gushed out and his words were intermittent and slurred. It's you. Tai-Han finally recognized Lu Ping's face. However, he could not imagine how this academy disciple who should have died after he chased after him in the past could become like this and suddenly possess such immense strength. You recognized me? Very good. Lu Ping composed himself and retracted his fist. Tai-Han could not hold on any longer and knelt in front of Lu Ping with a thud, his face pale. Tell me. Lu Ping grabbed Tai-Han's collar with his petite hands and said sternly, What did you guys do to junior brother Su? Is he still alive? Tai-Han could no longer speak. Blood flowed continuously from the hole in his chest and mouth. Lu Ping frowned and hesitated for a long time, but he did not dare to kill. Immortal Tai Hua was the one who killed senior brother Yi Fei, and Tai-Han could not be blamed for it. Most importantly, he was only an ordinary disciple of the academy and had too many reservations. He did not have the guts to kill the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Of course, if Su Zimo was encircled and killed by Tai-Han and the others, he would kill Tai-Han to take revenge for junior brother Su, even if he had to risk everything. There was another point. If he did not kill Tai-Han, he could even use the latter's life to threaten the other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That might be able to help junior brother Su. At that thought, Lu Ping grabbed Tai-Han by the collar and dragged the latter with his short legs towards the earth, ranking steel. In the square. The expressions of Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely terrible. The losses of the two factions were way too great. Not only did they fail to kill Su Zimo after mobilizing such a large force and even inviting reincarnated immortals, they were even killed by the other party. From this day forth, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would become the laughingstock of divine firmament mainland. The two of them had dark gazes and glanced in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy from time to time. Although they were filled with anger, they could not vent it. Do the two of you have anything to say? Elder Zhong stroked his beard and looked askance at Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea before saying leisurely, I remembered that someone said earlier on that if the Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to die in the 9 heavens, neither of you would say anything. They can only blame themselves for their lack of competence. You're not the only ones who remember it. All the cultivators here heard it clearly. Elder, he chimed in at the side. Prince Yuanzhua was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Heaven Immortal White Sea grit his teeth. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy is way too ruthless. Even Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect only killed a single disciple of your academy. Your Su Zimo has already killed a total of 16 Earth Immortals. Good kills. Elder Zhong recalled the tragic death of Yi Fei and could not help but shouted. Ha ha ha. At the side, Yun Ting laughed as well. What a joke. Your two factions joined forces to kill someone else, but were killed instead. How dare you accuse the other party of being too ruthless? Yuanzhua, White Sea, you've disgraced the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect completely. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not speak at all after being scolded by Yun Ting. He could only grit his teeth and endure the hatred in his heart. There were also many cultivators in the crowd whispering as they looked in the direction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect with disdain. White Sea, you had better be worried about that bullshit reincarnated immortal of your sect. Yun Ting took a sip of strong wine and said indifferently, Humph. Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered. Why? If Immortal Tai Hua avoids the battle, can Su Zimo retain him in the 9 heavens? The moment Heaven Immortal White Sea said that, Su Zimo attacked once more in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2233 2230 336 sabers. 2230 336 sabers. 9 heavens. Immortal Tai Hua sped the entire way with Su Zimo right behind him. The distance between them did not shorten at all. However, Su Zimo relied on the burst of his physique, and the distance he crossed with each step was huge. Even Immortal Tai Hua could not shake him off. If time allowed, Su Zimo could naturally continue chasing like this. With the physique and powerful life force of the Green Lotus True Body, he could exhaust Immortal Tai Hua to death. However, this was the 9 heavens. Once 100 Earth Immortals left their names on the Earth ranking stele, all the Earth Immortals would be forcefully shifted out. If he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua, he had to do it before the elimination round was over. Su Zimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua's back view with a cold expression. Suddenly, he channeled his spirit consciousness, and a gray fog shrouded his hands, forming a gray saber. Swoosh! The saber tore through the air and slashed in the direction of Immortal Tai Hua. The greater divine power, time is like a saber. Su Zimo's essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak after releasing everlasting vitality. However, he had just released many of his methods and could not use them for the time being. He did not have many trump cards left, and the only thing that could threaten Immortal Tai Hua was the power of time. Fu-fu. Sensing the energy fluctuation behind him, Immortal Tai Hua chuckled with a mocking expression. A single greater divine power was not a threat to him. Just as the gray saber was about to slash him, Immortal Tai Hua suddenly sidestepped and avoided the Time Saber by a hair's breadth. However, the Time Saber chased after Immortal Tai Hua like a leech, who could dodge the power of time. Even if one cultivated to the immortal king realm and became an immortal emperor that looked down on the world and reigned through history, they would not be able to avoid the passage of time and would not be able to live forever. That was an untouchable level. Although Immortal Tai Hua dodged repeatedly, the Time Saber followed him like a shadow. Humph. Immortal Tai Hua sneered. It's just a greater divine power. It's nothing much. Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless. Indeed, he sensed a hint of danger from the gray saber. As Immortal Tai Hua sped forward, he drew a rune with the essence Qi on his fingertip and imprinted it towards the Time Saber behind him. Bang! When the Time Saber struck the rune, it dissipated and gray fog splattered everywhere, filling the air. A strand of Immortal Tai Hua's long hair was accidentally tainted by the gray fog, and his initially black hair turned gray instantly. When Immortal Tai Hua caught sight of that from the corner of his eye, he was shocked and his expression changed. The power of time. The power of time was the most mysterious and difficult to come into contact with, cultivate, and comprehend. Even before his reincarnation, he had not mastered the power of time. In the square, the experts were secretly alarmed as well and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy instinctively. When did Heaven and Earth Academy possess such a time divine power? Heaven, abyss of mountain, sea, immortal sect frowned. The expressions of many cultivators from the major immortal Dao clan, Pang clan, of divine firmament mainland changed, as well as they recalled something that happened not long ago. Right before the 10,000-year meet, they had just received news that the paragon of their race, Pang Yu, was killed in Heaven and Earth Academy and died on the spot. Pang Yu was a paragon groomed by the Pang clan and highly valued. The fact that he was able to join Heaven and Earth Academy and gain a spot in the inner sect was proof of his potential. To think that he would die in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter caused a huge stir in the Pang clan. Pang Yu had died in a strange manner. He was struck by the power of time and his lifespan was depleted. However, according to the information they knew, the person who killed Pang Yu was a Heaven immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy. The power of time released was also far stronger than what Su Zimo had displayed. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw that Immortal Tai Hua was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. You want to kill the reincarnated immortal of Flying Immortal Sect with a single greater divine power? What a joke! The moment he said that, Su Zimo attacked once more. The gray fog in Su Zimo's hand surged and changed continuously, forming a second gray saber. With a whoosh, it tore through the air and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. What happened? That lad released the same divine power consecutively. The crowd exclaimed. Even the many Heaven Immortal experts present were shocked and disbelief filled their eyes. Swoosh! Immediately after, another time saber was conjured and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. Look, there's a third gray saber. Fourth. Fifth. Many cultivators were shocked and looked at everything in the 9 heavens in disbelief. The greater divine power, time is like a saber, was actually transformed from barren. The power of the time saber came from the gray fog between Su Zimo's palms. As long as the gray fog and his essence spirit were sufficient, he could release the time saber continuously. Although such methods seemed terrifying, they would become extremely useless at the Heaven Immortal realm. That was because no matter how many time sabers he released, they could not defeat a single supreme divine power. However, in a fight between Earth Immortals, this continuous time saber posed a huge threat to any Earth Immortal. Time was like a saber, and every single aged one. Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to underestimate every single slash. If he wanted to defend, he could only release divine powers and secret skills continuously to defend against the Time Sabers. With that, the fight between both parties had silently undergone a change. Both of them were peerless monster incarnates among Earth immortals. However, there were no techniques to speak of in this exchange, and it turned into a battle of attrition of essence spirit and essence chi. Whoever's essence spirit could not withstand it first would die. Whoever exhausted their essence chi first would die. Sigh. Suddenly, perfected immortal Xieling sighed with a conflicted expression. He looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens and murmured, "That lad is way too terrifying." By terrifying, Xieling was not only referring to Su Zimo's trump cards. More than that, it was because of Su Zimo's control and judgment of the situation. It was as everyone had thought. If immortal Tai Hua chose to avoid the battle and escape wholeheartedly, Su Zimo would not be able to hold immortal Tai Hua back, let alone kill him. But now immortal Tai Hua had to fight. Not only that, the battle had turned into a war of attrition. There were no techniques or melee combat or long-range attacks. There were only the roughest and simplest clashes that consumed energy continuously. If immortal Tai Hua could not hold on first, and his essence chi was depleted along with the power of his essence spirit, he would truly not have a chance to escape. This might be the only chance to hold back immortal Tai Hua. Initially, there was no such opportunity. Su Zimo was the one who forcefully created it and forced immortal Tai Hua into a corner. Despite the fact that he was a reincarnated, perfected immortal, he encountered such a ruthless person the moment he came out of seclusion after cultivating and was led by the nose the entire time. Many heaven immortal experts lamented when they saw that. When immortal Tai Hua sensed the gray sabers flying behind him, his expression changed as well. He did not dare to stop and could only channel his essence spirit wildly, releasing many divine powers and secret skills to defend against the power of the Time Sabers. Great ripping technique. Coiling slash. Armor bursting seal. Great Sun Saber. In an extremely short period of time, Su Zimo released 36 Time Sabers. Immortal Tai Hua's long hair danced, and his eyes shone brightly. He channeled his essence spirit to its limits as well and released 36 different divine powers and secret skills. Instantly, divine powers clashed and shook the world, causing the weather to change. Chapter 2234. 2234 Tai Hua's Death. 2234 Tai Hua's Death. Many cultivators felt their blood pump at the sight of that exchange. After releasing a divine power, ordinary cultivators would have to pause between releases to allow their essence spirits to recover. Otherwise, the burden on the essence spirit would be too great and the toll on it would be immense. The more condensed the essence spirit was, the shorter the time lapse. For people like Yin Ting, Tai Hua, and Feng Yin, even if they released multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession, their essence spirits could withstand it. Now that everyone had the chance to witness such a flurry of attacks and divine powers, they were all ecstatic. This is a true peerless expert. To think that the killing power of an Earth immortal expert could reach such a level. Immortal Tai Hua has reincarnated and has the imprint of his previous life. As such, his essence spirit is even more condensed, so it's understandable. However, Su Zimo came from the lower worlds, and yet his essence spirit hasn't collapsed, and he can still fight against immortal Tai Hua. Exclamations, shouts, and cheers intertwined into a buzzing sound that reverberated through the square. Brother Su sure is capable. Xie Qingqing said, "The reason why reincarnated immortals are strong is because they possess a previous lifetime of cultivation. Although they only recovered a little of their memories, their combat experience, combat skills, judgment, control, and knowledge of the situation far surpass their peers. And now, Brother Su forced immortal Tai Hua to such a state where his experience and techniques are useless. He can only continue to go against Brother Su. Your Highness, who do you think will win this battle? Naturally, Su Xiaotian hoped that Su Zimo would win. However, he was still worried. After all, Su Zimo had expended too much energy in consecutive battles along the way. Furthermore, the other party was a reincarnated immortal and could not be underestimated. I'm not sure, Xie Qingqing said in a deep voice. Both of their essence spirits are at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal. They should still have trump cards that they haven't used. Once they use those trump cards, that will probably be the time to determine the victor. In the 9 heavens, both parties fought in such a manner and pushed the combat to its climax in an extremely short period of time. After 36 slashes, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and his aura intensified. He fought fiercer and fiercer without any signs of stopping. Swash! 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 Gray fog shrouded in front of Su Zimo and changed turbulently. A few time sabers were formed once more and were ready to strike. Su Zimo. Suddenly, immortal Tai Hua stopped in his tracks and spun around, shouting, "If you want to fight, we'll fight outside the 9 heavens and at the ranking battle of the Earth ranking. How about that?" Although immortal Tai Hua's voice was loud, it was clear from his tone that he was on the losing end. "I want to take your life right now." Su Zimo glared at immortal Tai Hua coldly and said calmly. Immortal Tai Hua glared at Su Zimo with a menacing expression and hollered, "Su Zimo, don't push your luck! If I'm truly forced into a corner, I'll fight you to the death and you won't be able to survive either." Naturally, immortal Tai Hua still had a trump card. However, he was not confident that he could kill Su Zimo even if he released it. If he failed, he might die here. That was the reason why immortal Tai Hua did not dare to use this trump card. Fight me to the death. Su Zimo was unmoved and had a fearless expression. In fact, he ignored immortal Tai Hua and released the time saber that was condensed in front of him, slashing towards Tai Hua. After releasing 36 divine powers and secret skills in succession, immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit could no longer hold on and ached. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. Die. Immortal Tai Hua hollered and channeled his essence spirit wildly. The essence chi in his hands drew mysterious and complicated runes in midair that were filled with sharp, killing intent. A terrifying divine power spread and surged towards Su Zimo. Immortal slaying talisman. Perfected immortal Xieling exclaimed softly. That was a supreme divine power of flying immortal sect. Once released, it could sever the opponent's life force and was extremely terrifying. Victory is about to be decided, Xie Qingqing murmured softly without blinking. Countless cultivators watched with bated breaths as well. When that supreme divine power was released, immortal Tai Hua's essence, spirit, turned incomparably weak and his face turned pale. Poof! 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 When the few time sabers collided against the immortal slaying talisman in midair, they could not defend against it at all and dissipated. You finally attacked. Su Zimo looked at the incoming immortal slaying talisman without any fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as though he had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The immortal slaying talisman imprinted itself on Su Zimo's chest, and a tremendous power surged into the green lotus true body instantly, destroying a large amount of life force. His flesh, bones, and organs were severely injured, and his life force drained rapidly. However, the life force of the grade 10 green lotus true body far surpassed other living beings, and was unimaginably boundless. If that supreme divine power struck a dragon, it could even kill them. However, Su Zimo managed to survive with the powerful regeneration capabilities of his green lotus true body. Although his life force was weak, it was recovering slowly. Only the grade 10 green lotus true body could receive a supreme divine power head-on without dying. Of course, more importantly, immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit was only at the grade 1 heaven immortal realm and could not unleash the full power of the immortal slaying talisman. If a grade 9 heaven immortal released that supreme divine power, even the grade 10 green lotus true body would be shattered. Furthermore, immortal Tai Hua had exchanged 36 divine powers with Su Zimo first, and his essence spirit was weak. The power of that supreme divine power was reduced by another level. The collision with the time sabers reduced its strength once more. When it truly landed on Su Zimo, it no longer posed much of a threat. Everything was under Su Zimo's control. He's not dead. Immortal Tai Hua focused his gaze. He saw Su Zimo's figure, although the latter swayed slightly and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood weakly. His life force was not severed. Furthermore, his life force was recovering rapidly. You won't get another chance to reincarnate. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently, channeling his essence spirit and circulating his divine power. He pointed at immortal Tai Hua through the void and spat out 2 words. Fleeting moment. Immortal Tai Hua's pupils constricted violently as a strong sense of danger enveloped him, as though he was about to die the next moment. He wanted to escape and break free from that terrifying feeling, but he could not. He wanted to release another supreme divine power, but his essence spirit felt immense pain and his mind spun, almost fainting. At that moment, he finally understood something. All of Su Zimo's previous methods were to force him to release that supreme divine power. Su Zimo would only release this killing move after his immortal slaying talisman was released. By then, he would no longer have the strength to defend. Time was like a saber, a fleeting moment. Right in front of everyone, immortal Tai Hua looked like he was in his twilight years. His hair was white and he looked withered and old. His face was filled with wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a blade. All the vigor, glory, pride, and drive in him vanished instantly. Why you? Immortal Tai Hua's blood chi was weak and his body was hunched. His eyes were cloudy and filled with fear as he extended his skinny arm and pointed at Su Zimo as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, the reincarnated immortal fell backwards, and his essence spirit was destroyed, extinguishing his life force. Now that his soul was dispersed, he would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. He had lost his life in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2235. 2235 Suspicious. 2235 Suspicious. Even after killing immortal Tai Hua, Su Zimo did not let down his guard. Instead, he turned around slowly and looked in the direction diagonally behind him. In the sandstorm, a figure stood there, faintly visible. He had been watching the battle for a long time and emitted a powerful aura without leaving. The other reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin. Su Zimo did not know Feng Yin well and knew nothing about the character and methods of this reincarnated immortal. Worried that this person would take advantage of the situation and attack him, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Actually, Feng Yin had indeed thought of taking the opportunity to kill Su Zimo at that moment. The methods displayed by Su Zimo had already made him feel deep fear. If he was in immortal Tai Hua's position, he would not be able to escape death against such methods either. This person was definitely his greatest opponent for the Earth ranking. It would naturally be best if such a huge threat could be resolved beforehand. However, on second thought, Feng Yin realized that Su Zimo was already at the end of his rope and was of no threat. As a reincarnated immortal, if he were to hit someone when they were down in front of everyone, even if he won, he would be mocked by the world. The elimination round was about to end and the ranking battle would begin soon. There was no way Su Zimo could recover much essence, chi, and stamina in such a short period of time, and he had already used up all his trump cards. At that time, he could still defeat Su Zimo openly in the ranking battle. There was no need for him to attack here and become a topic of discussion. Furthermore, if he attacked now, he would definitely offend Heaven and Earth Academy. The losses outweighed the gains. In the ranking battle, he could defeat or kill Su Zimo legitimately, and there was nothing Heaven and Earth Academy could say. Feng Yin stood there for a long time. Most importantly, he was shocked by the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua. 36 greater divine powers were released in succession. He used his physical body to defend against a supreme divine power head-on. Thereafter, he released a supreme divine power that could exhaust a person's lifespan instantly and even cause their lifespan to vanish in an irreversible manner. Such methods were way too terrifying when released by an Earth Immortal. This battle had indeed shocked Feng Yin. Taking a deep breath of air, Feng Yin composed himself and thought about it. Finally, he smiled indifferently and turned to leave. No matter what, he was the biggest winner for the Earth, ranking this time round. Su Zimo had exhausted all his methods and had expended too much energy. He was injured and could no longer fight him. The rest were nothing to fear. The square outside the 9 heavens was already noisy. The ranking battle was the main event for every Earth ranking competition. After the baptism of the elimination round, the final 100 paragons and monster incarnates would fight one another in pairs. That was the greatest show. However, nobody expected such an intense battle to break out in the elimination round. Initially, I thought that with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joining forces, and the presence of a reincarnated immortal, paragons and monster incarnates, such as Qing Qinzi and Taihan, there should be no doubt about the outcome. Who would have thought? It was way too tragic. There were 22 Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect who took part in the elimination round this time round. 18 of them died in this battle. Even the reincarnated immortal is dead. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect suffered immense losses this time round. This is truly disastrous for them. When they heard the discussions around them, the expressions of Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely grim. Dark shadows covered their faces, and their clenched fists trembled slightly as they tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Prior to this, Prince Yuan Zhuo even declared that he wanted to teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson and remove them from the Earth ranking. Right now. Hurry and stop talking. This incident is already extremely humiliating for the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Only one disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy died. On their side, almost everyone is dead. Compared to Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were naturally invigorated and in high spirits. However, the elders still felt a hint of sadness. They could not let go of Yi Fei's death. In the seats of the Pang clan, the Pang clansmen looked at the tragic death of Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens and frowned with grim expressions. The way Tai Hua died was exactly the same as Pang Yu. Could there be more to Pang Yu's death? Could this supreme divine power be imparted to this lad by Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy? A few Pang clansmen sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses. It's not so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power of time. From what I know, the reason why Pang Yu died that day was because of another outer sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Go back and check who that outer sect disciple is. Prior to this, although the Pang clansmen knew the cause, none of them took this outer sect disciple to heart. No one would link the death of a grade 9 Heaven Immortal to an outer sect disciple of the Academy who was an Earth Immortal. But now, the death of Immortal Tai Hua had aroused the suspicions of the Pang clan. 9 heavens. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely be noticed by the Pang clan if he released Fleeting Moment. However, he had no other choice if he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua as soon as possible. Furthermore, he was the one who caused Pang Yu's death, and senior brother Yang Roxu was the one who bore all the pressure and hostility for him. This matter should not be shouldered by Yang Roxu. He had obtained many treasures in the 9 heavens this time round, and the hell suppression tripod was about to be completely repaired. At that time, when the 4 sacred souls awakened, they would be comparable to at least 4 top-tier heaven immortals. It would not be so easy for the Pang clan to kill him either. Furthermore, when he returned this time round, he would begin to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the heaven immortal realm. The Pang clan had no chance at all. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to charge into the academy to take revenge. Su Zimo looked at immortal Tai Hua beneath his feet and removed the latter storage bag before putting it away. Thereafter, Su Zimo used his palm like a saber and slashed down along immortal Tai Hua's throat, severing his head. This is the outcome of anyone who tries to kill me. Su Zimo yanked immortal Tai Hua's pale hair and raised the head high. Gazing at the firmaments, his eyes revealed a sinister glint as he shouted. That action caused an uproar outside the 9 heavens. This was a provocation to Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea. This was a declaration of war against the 2 of them. Bastard ant. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth in anger with a dark expression. The outcome of this battle was equivalent to a slap to the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from the chaos caused by Foam Cantillon in the past, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom had never been humiliated like this ever since it was established. It was the same for Flying Immortal Sect. However, this time round, not only did Flying Immortal Sect lose all face, even Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation was damaged. What sort of a figure was the dignified Zither Immortal? What sort of bearing did she possess? In order to deal with a grade 8 Earth Immortal, they did not hesitate to invite a reincarnated immortal out of seclusion. Although they mobilized such a large force, they were completely wiped out. This was definitely a pitiable outcome. Nobody knew how the Zither Immortal would react once she knew about this. Chapter 2236, 2236, Breaking the Seals. 2236, Breaking the Seals. Level 5. Dozens of cultivators were still surrounding the earth, ranking steel, looking at the blood-stained battlefield not far away with a burning gaze. On the battlefield, the corpses of the 16 Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were scattered. The storage bags of the corpses were still tied to their waists. At that time, Su Zimo was chasing after immortal Tai Hua, and time was tight. Naturally, he did not have time to clean up the battlefield and collect the storage bags of the corpses. Who do you guys think will win the battle between Su Zimo and immortal Tai Hua? Don't worry if immortal Tai Hua were to escape wholeheartedly and avoid the battle. Su Zimo won't be able to catch up to him. That's right. I reckon that the 2 of them will have to wait till the ranking battle to determine the victor. Everyone waited for a while. When they saw that Su Zimo had not returned, some cultivators could not help but harbor other thoughts. A cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple was tempted and ran towards the battlefield. Waving his robes, he collected the storage bags of the corpses and placed them in his bag. "Mo Qian, what are you doing?" When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that, her beautiful eyes widened as she questioned loudly with a sullen expression. Although her body was sealed by immortal Tai Hua's power, she could not move and could only speak. "I'm just cleaning up the battlefield. What's wrong?" Mo Qian rolled his eyes and replied in a huff. "These storage bags are ownerless. What's wrong? You can't take them for yourself, and yet you refuse to let others take them. Princess Scarlet Rainbow?" "Ownerless." Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at Mo Qian and ground her canine teeth, saying slowly, "These Earth Immortals were killed by junior brother Su of my academy. Everyone witnessed it. Naturally, these storage bags belong to junior brother Su as well. How can you have the cheek to say that they are ownerless?" "Foo-foo." Mo Qian sneered. He's already gone, and he didn't take the storage bags. Who knows? He might not be interested. You. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Xie Yun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist Mo Qian, have you thought about how Su Zimo would react if he returned and saw you take away those storage bags? There was clearly a hint of fear in Mo Qian's eyes, but soon he calmed down and pouted. Don't bother trying to scare me. Su Zimo is off chasing after immortal Tai Hua. Who knows when or if he'll even return. Furthermore, so what if he returns? If he didn't pick up these storage bags, why can't others? Right then, Feng Yin's figure appeared not far away and walked over. When Mo Qian saw Feng Yin, he was even more confident and harumphed coldly. Imperial Wind Temple has a reincarnated immortal as well. With senior brother Feng Yin here, how will he dare to snatch things from a disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw this unreasonable person, she grit her teeth in hatred. However, she could not break free from the seal and attack. Suddenly, a short figure was running over from the direction of level 4. That person seemed to be dragging someone else on the ground in a strange manner. Who is this fellow Taoist that's arriving? Everyone watched as the figure approached rapidly with dumbfounded expressions. The intruder was a child around 9 years old. His face was pink and he wore a green shirt with a few small pigtails on his head. As he ran, his hair fluttered slightly and he looked rather cute. When did such a child appear in the elimination round of the 9 heavens? He's probably from some unknown sect or faction that has nobody else to represent them. What a pity that a child as such has to suffer to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking. A few cultivators shook their heads. But soon, everyone recognized the identity of the person in the child's hands and their expressions changed. It was the great commander of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han. Tai Han was severely injured by Su Zimo and had already escaped from this place. How did he end up in the hands of this child? Although Tai Han was in a sorry state when he left, he could still move. But now, Tai Han's arms were crippled and there was a bloody hole the size of an arm in his chest. He was dragged the entire way and his hair was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable and dispirited. No one could recognize him right away. What was wrong with Tai Han? Did he encounter another strong foe and was saved by this child? Everyone looked at the approaching child with puzzled expressions. When the child arrived and saw the corpses and blood on the battlefield, he was shocked as well. Pissed. They were all dead. The child recognized that the people who died were from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. The child was shocked. Could it be Junior Brother Su's doing? Could it be that Junior Brother Su was also the reason why Tai Han was severely injured? However, he quickly recalled that he had something more important. His gaze shifted and landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was not far away. Senior sister Scarlet Rainbow, where's Junior Brother Su? Panting slightly, the child asked worriedly with an anxious expression. Did Junior Brother Su win? Where did he go? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Child, which sect are you from? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was confused by the child's manner of addressing her and merely felt that the child's features looked familiar. However, even if he looked familiar, there was no way he could act so chummy with her. Senior sister Scarlet Rainbow and Junior Brother Su? How old was this child? Was his junior brother, Su, an infant? Senior sister Scarlet Rainbow, it's me. When the child saw the confusion in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes, he hurriedly explained in his childish voice, I'm Lu Ping. Lu Ping. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned. The other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples were dumbfounded as well. Now that you mention it, the more I look at it, the more you resemble. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly. Yeah, The child was anxious and waved his small hands, gesturing. In any case, something unexpected happened. Junior brother Sue helped me reincarnate through assimilation and changed my body, causing me to look like this. Although that statement sounded like a fantasy, everyone gradually accepted it as they looked at that familiar face. All right. Lu Ping slapped his head with his tiny hands and suddenly recalled something. Senior sister Scarlet Rainbow, you guys have been sealed. I'll help you guys remove the restrictions right now. Lu Ping loosened his grip and threw the half-dead Tai Han on the ground before walking towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. There's no need to trouble yourself. You won't be able to dispel it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sighed gently. Let me give it a try. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands eagerly. Xie Yun shook his head gently and smiled. Child, you're interesting. These seals were left behind by a reincarnated immortal. Even with my strength, I can only dispel the seal on their mouths. Bang! 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 Before Xie Yun could finish, Lu Ping shook his head gently. A few pigtails on his head suddenly extended and transformed into a few soft and tender willow branches, tapping Princess Scarlet Rainbow a few times. Princess Scarlet Rainbow shuddered and her body swayed slightly. She staggered and almost fell. Xie Yun's expression froze. He opened his mouth slightly but could not continue. Disbelief appeared in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes as well. She tried to move her arm and circulate her blood chi. Everything was fine. The seals within her body had already been removed. Chapter 2237 2237 Return 2237 Return. It's really dispelled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was excited and invigorated. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands and grinned. He was also happy to possess such power and be able to help his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ping, you're amazing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's character was a little lively to begin with. After being sealed by immortal Tai Hua for so long, she could not move at all and was truly suffocated. Suddenly, she reached out and placed her hands on Lu Ping's tender face, rubbing it vigorously as she beamed. Little Lu Ping, so you were so cute when you were young. Lu Ping was dizzy from Princess Scarlet Rainbow's rubbing, but he did not dare to react, afraid that he might hurt her if he did not control his strength properly. Junior sister Scarlet Rainbow, let go of him quickly and let him help us remove the seals. Junior brother Lu, hurry over and untie us. The other fellow disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted hurriedly as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow rubbed for a long time before putting Lu Ping down. As though he had drunk strong wine, Lu Ping swayed towards his fellow senior brothers and released the seals on the other disciples of the academy. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xie Yun frowned slightly. Lu Ping, who had turned into a child, seemed to have become a potential opponent for him as well. How is junior brother Su? Where is he? Lu Ping asked again. Junior brother Su is fine. He went to hunt down immortal Tai Hua. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the corpses on the battlefield not far away. These Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by junior brother Su. Lu Ping, you didn't see it. Junior brother Su's battle was truly earth-shaking. That's right, it was way too scary. 18 Peak Earth Immortals joined forces, but 16 of them were killed by junior brother Su, and one of them was severely injured. Even immortal Tai Hua was scared off. Listening to the chatter of the Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, Lu Ping could gradually imagine the grandeur of this battle. I'll help junior brother Su. Lu Ping said in a deep voice. There's no way to help. An academy disciple shook his head. Junior brother Su is chasing after immortal Tai Hua. We don't even know where the two of them went. How are you going to find them? True. Lu Ping lowered his head slightly. Right, there's something else that has to be resolved. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw the corpses on the battlefield, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Mo Qian. She extended her palm and shouted, "Hand over the storage bags!" "What are you shouting for?" Mo Qian raised his brow and said impatiently, "What storage bags? I don't know what you're talking about." Be it on the Earth ranking prediction or the actual steel, he was ranked in the top 20. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. The Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by my junior brother Su. Those storage bags naturally belong to him. Don't even think about taking them for yourself. Princess Scarlet Rainbow argued logically and refused to show weakness. Fu. Mo Qian could not help but laugh. Interesting. Su Zimo has been gone for so long, but no one has touched those storage bags. They are clearly ownerless, and anyone can take them. Why? If Su Zimo doesn't return for 10,000 years, no one is allowed to take those storage bags? You. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was enraged. Although she knew that Mo Qian was being unreasonable, she had her reservations and did not want to fight against an Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of those storage bags. There were also 11 Earth Immortals of Imperial Wind Temple here who were looking over with hostile expressions. If both parties were to fight, there was a high chance that it would turn into a chaotic battle between the two factions. On the side of Imperial Wind Temple, there was also a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, presiding over. In today's battle, Heaven and Earth Academy was already on bad terms with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. It was truly unwise to fight against cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple because of some storage bags. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, why don't we forget about it? Lu Ping tugged gently at the hem of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's clothes and whispered, "It's just a few storage bags. There's most likely nothing good inside." "I know that too." Princess Scarlet Rainbow was indignant and frowned. "I just can't take this lying down. Why should I have to? Enough people have died today. I don't want to see anything happen to you guys." Lu Ping murmured with a worried expression. He was reborn and his combat strength increased exponentially. However, this was his nature and he had many reservations. He was worried that another disciple of the academy would die if a massive battle broke out between the two factions. Lu Ping witnessed senior brother Yi Fei's tragic death. Personally, the impact on him was way too great. He could not bear to see his seniors of the same sect die in front of him again. Although his combat strength was indeed not bad, he was not confident that he could defeat Feng Yin. If a chaotic battle broke out, he was even less confident of protecting everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. When she heard Lu Ping's words, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's expression dimmed, and she could not help but sigh deeply when she thought of Yi Fei, who had died not long ago. Forget it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and murmured before turning to leave. Fu. Mo Qian sneered and rolled his eyes, pouting his lips. Some people just don't know their limits. Someone else is here. How did he come from that direction? This is... Right then, a series of voices sounded from beside the earth, ranking steel. Su Zimo. A cultivator recognized the figure and suddenly shrieked. Instantly, the surroundings of the earth, ranking steel, fell silent. Those words seemed to possess a demonic power. Even the howling winds in the world seemed to have calmed down. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and looked at the figure that was getting closer and clearer. Instinctively, they held their breaths and focused with frightened expressions. Dozens of cultivators felt as though their throats were being choked by a pair of invisible hands, and they could not breathe. It was an invisible pressure that was indescribable but real. Gradually, Mo Qian's expression changed and turned incomparably pale. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, their eyes widened in excitement as they looked at the approaching figure in disbelief. Finally, the figure passed through the sandstorm and appeared before everyone. Dozens of cultivators looked down slightly, and their pupils constricted when they saw Su Zimo's hand. It was a bloodied head that had just been severed. Although his face was incomparably old and filled with wrinkles, everyone could recognize that it was Immortal Tai Hua's face. Pissed, Immortal Tai Hua was dead. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Tai Han and escaped alone. Despite that, he was unable to avoid this calamity and was hunted to death by Su Zimo, even having his head cut off. Looking at Su Zimo's refined face, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fufu. Right then, Tai Han, who was paralyzed on the ground and could barely move, suddenly smiled when he saw that. A mocking look flashed through his eyes. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned him and escaped alone, to think that he would end up dying before him. This was fate. Su Zimo carried Immortal Tai Hua's head and returned to this place. His gaze shifted to Tai Han, who was not far away. Chapter 2238. 2238 Peerless Might. 2238 Peerless Might. Junior brother Su, I've caught Tai Han. When Lu Ping saw that Su Zimo noticed Tai Han, he hurriedly turned back and pulled the ladder over. Thankfully, you injured him severely. That's why I was able to capture him alive with ease. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the child in green. I'm Lu Ping. For some reason, I look like this after taking on human form. Lu Ping spread his hands helplessly. Su Zimo nodded, slightly with a calm expression. He was the one who helped Lu Ping assimilate and synthesize the gigantic willow essence spirit to inherit the latter's body. As such, he was not surprised by the outcome. Junior brother Su, Tai Han is basically a cripple. How should we deal with him? Lu Ping asked again. Su Zimo did not say anything. He merely went forward and pulled Tai Han over from Lu Ping's hands. Without saying anything, he raised his palm like a knife and slashed Tai Han's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. Tai Han's blood was not warm. It emitted a cold aura. Su Zimo severed Tai Han's head with a single palm strike. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings shuddered. Mo Qian's eyelids fluttered, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably with a terrible expression. The great commander of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards and the reincarnated perfected immortal of Flying Immortal Sect seemed no different from ordinary livestock in this person's eyes. He killed so decisively, nonchalantly, and indifferently. Even everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was secretly alarmed, let alone others. After Immortal Tai Hua killed senior brother Yi Fei, everyone naturally wanted to settle scores with him. However, if any of them were asked to kill Immortal Tai Hua right in front of everyone, they would have reservations and hesitate. This person before him was the only one who was decisive to kill without reservations. In the square. Good. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, his eyes revealed a dark gaze, and he wished that he could charge into the 9 heavens personally to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea had long put away his folding fan and sat at the table expressionlessly. The encirclement of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had failed completely. 18 Earth Immortals, led by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Qing Qinzi died in Su Zimo's hands without exception. Although there were still 4 Earth Immortals left from the 2 factions, they would not amount to much even if they joined forces. Those Earth Immortals had yet to reach the Earth Immortal Steel. It was clear that their methods were far inferior to the people who died and were naturally not a threat to Su Zimo. After beheading Tai Han, Su Zimo walked towards the battlefield and beheaded the Earth Immortal corpses of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. 18 heads dripped with fresh blood. Some of them died tragically. Some of them looked horrified, some of them had menacing features, and some of them were mangled. A refined, scholarly man wielded the 18 bloodied heads in his hands, creating a stark contrast that sent shivers down one's spine. I've already said that these people will have to die with Senior Brother Yi. Su Zimo said, "Bring Senior Brother Ye's corpse back to the academy. The heads of these people will be placed in front of Senior Brother Ye's tomb as tributes." The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy reddened. This might be the greatest consolation for Yi Fei. He did not die in vain. His single death caused 18 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect to die with him, including a reincarnated perfected immortal. What were you guys arguing about earlier on? Su Zimo looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow and suddenly asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Emo Qian, who was not far away, and hesitated. Initially, she wanted to tell him everything. But now, judging from Su Zimo's condition, she was worried that he might not be able to defeat Feng Yin if he were to fight against the cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of some storage bags. It's nothing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and averted her gaze. Naturally, Su Zimo could tell that Princess Scarlet Rainbow was hiding something. He surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the corpses on the battlefield. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Where are the storage bags and the corpses?" Some cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy turned around instinctively and looked in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple. Su Zimo realized what happened as he carried the 18 bloodied heads and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a few cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple. When Su Zimo's gaze swept past them, Emo Qian and the others felt their hair stand on end and their scalps prickle. Who took them? Su Zimo asked indifferently. His tone was calm and emotionless. However, Emo Qian felt an unimaginable pressure and could barely breathe. "I." Unable to take it, Emo Qian chuckled dryly and stuttered. "When I saw you leave W without picking you up to those storage bags, I thought." Su Zimo did not say anything and merely looked at Emo Qian quietly. Emo Qian's tone turned weaker and weaker, and he finally could not continue. He could only hear his own heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground from the 18 heads. Every single drop sounded like the footsteps of the King of Hell. Earlier on, he quibbled self-righteously and confidently in front of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. But now, Emo Qian could not bring himself to say the words, "ownerless objects." It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon him the moment he said those words. Gradually, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Emo Qian's forehead as a bead-sized drop of sweat slid down his face. It was a little itchy, but he did not dare to wipe it. "Don't be afraid." Right then, a voice sounded in Emo Qian's mind. Senior Brother Feng Yin was sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Emo Qian was invigorated, and the fear in his heart seemed to have faded significantly. He glanced sideways in Feng Yin's direction. At that moment, Feng Yin was standing not far away, watching over. His eyes shone with a divine light, and his aura was gathered, ready to strike. Emo Qian calmed down and took a deep breath. He mustered his courage and turned to Su Zimo. Just as he was about to quibble, Su Zimo spoke once more. "Hand them over." There were no unnecessary words, only 3 words. His tone was still calm. However, the courage that Emo Qian had just mustered was destroyed by those 3 words, and he almost broke down mentally. Nobody could understand the pressure that Emo Qian was experiencing against Su Zimo right now. Su Zimo had just killed 18 peak Earth Immortals, and even the reincarnated perfected immortal died in his hands. This was a supreme might that was built from blood, killing in corpses, and possessed an unstoppable power. In front of Su Zimo, Mo Qian felt like a weak little rabbit. However, Su Zimo was an ancient ferocious beast that had just torn countless living beings apart and exuded a torrential malevolent aura. In the face of such a ferocious beast, Mo Qian prostrated on the ground and shivered. Mo Qian dared to guarantee that if Su Zimo were to attack, even Feng Yin would not be able to save him. Here, it's all here. Mo Qian broke down completely, and his spirit consciousness moved, pulling out the storage bags and handing them to Su Zimo with both hands. Very good. Su Zimo nodded, and his gaze seemed much kinder. He patted Mo Qian on the shoulder and said gently, I might not be interested in these storage bags. However, you have to remember that these are mine. You can't take them unless I give them to you. You got it? Mo Qian shuddered and nodded instinctively. Chapter 2239. 2239 Name on Steel. 2239 Name on Steel. Trash! In the square, Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned when he saw that and could not help but curse. How dare you embarrass Imperial Wind Temple? They belong to Su Zimo to begin with. It's nothing much to return them to him. Perfected Immortal Xieling smiled gently and consoled. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression softened. However, Mo Qian's performance in front of Su Zimo earlier on was way too poor. He was as obedient as a little white rabbit. After we return to the sect, I'll have this Mo Qian reside in the servant courtyard. Heaven Immortal Green Peak thought to himself and had already decided on Mo Qian's future. Level 5. Feng Yin retracted his gaze and sighed, lamenting internally. It would naturally be best if he could get rid of Su Zimo in advance. However, he had no reason and could not attack unreasonably in Level 5. If a conflict broke out because of this, he could naturally step in and suppress Su Zimo. That was the reason why he told Mo Qian not to be afraid. He was waiting for the conflict to escalate. However, to think that Su Zimo did not even have to move a single finger and merely said a few words softly before Mo Qian returned the storage bags obediently. Since things had come to this, Feng Yin could not say anything and could only close his eyes to rest once more. Su Zimo glanced at Feng Yin, who was not far away. Earlier on, he felt immense hostility from this reincarnated immortal. However, it was retracted quickly. Not far away, another cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy arrived. He was shocked when he saw the bloody battlefield. Before long, a cultivator from the same sect went forward to explain, and everyone headed to the earth, ranking steel, to carve their names. Junior Brother Su, you haven't left your name here yet. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the steel and said, Only those who leave their names on it are qualified to enter the final ranking battle. Su Zimo had killed 18 Earth Immortals, and there were 18 empty spots. However, the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy went forward to leave their names and almost filled the empty spots. Furthermore, cultivators arrived continuously during the battle and left their names on the earth ranking steel. There were already more than 60 names on it. Su Zimo went forward and wrote his name on the steel. The moment he left his name, his final ranking in the elimination round was already decided. 68th. In his consciousness, the Hell Suppression tripod moved. The treasure of Level 5 should be nearby. Su Zimo circled around the earth, ranking steel, before retreating slowly. He looked up and suddenly frowned slightly. The gigantic steel was 100 feet tall, and at the 90 feet position, there were 2 names listed side by side. It was extremely striking and was above everyone else. One of them was Tai Hua. What's with that? Su Zimo pointed to the 2 names and asked. They're all competitive and don't want their reputation to be inferior to others. Princess Scarlet Rainbow explained. Su Zimo harumphed coldly. It's fine if it's anyone else, but is immortal Tai Hua worthy? Boom! Arriving before the earth, ranking steel, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground with a loud bang, and the entire space shook. A figure rose from the ground and charged towards the peak of the earth, ranking steel. The loud bang attracted countless gazes, and everyone looked at the rising figure in shock. What is he trying to do? Didn't he already leave his name on the earth ranking? Could Su Zimo be thinking of surpassing Feng Yin and Tai Hua's height of 90 feet? In the midst of their discussion, boom! Another loud bang sounded. At the highest point of the earth, ranking steel, a figure stood up slowly. His black hair danced as he looked down at the many cultivators in an unparalleled manner. Not only did Su Zimo surpass Feng Yin and Tai Hua, he even reached the peak of the earth, ranking steel, and it rested beneath his feet. How is that possible? What a powerful burst! Everyone exclaimed. Even Feng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of caution. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was exhausted. To think that he could still release such a tremendous power. Although the grade 10 green Lotus True Body was severely injured, his injuries were already much better when he returned, and he still possessed an extremely powerful burst power. More importantly, the power of this space was based on the earth element. The element of the creation Green Lotus was wood. Wood countered earth. The Green Lotus True Body was much less affected by gravity in this space than the others. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to reach the peak in a single leap. Su Zimo stood on the earth, ranking steel, and shifted his gaze. Not far away, there was a fist-sized yellow mud that emitted a faint glow. In the square, perfected immortal Xieling explained, "This yellow mud is called the Saturn soil. It fell from Saturn, and the power of the earth within is extremely pure. Although it looks like yellow mud, it's incomparably tough. If you refine an earth element dermic treasure and add a small handful of Saturn soil, the effect will increase significantly." Pausing for a moment, he smiled helplessly. Su Zimo's senses are way too sharp. All the treasures in the first 4 levels were snatched away by him. Naturally, this Saturn soil can't be hidden from him. There won't be any danger, right? Elder Zhong was worried. After all, in the previous 4 levels, it took a lot of effort to subdue those treasures. Su Zimo used many powerful trump cards and went through a lot of trouble. But now that Su Zimo had used up all his trump cards and was injured, it would be difficult to deal with things if another living being were to pop out. There's no danger. Xieling shook his head. Throughout history, no one has been able to jump to the top. There are no living beings born in the Saturn soil either. In other words, whoever could reach the top would naturally be able to take over the Saturn soil. Yun Ting smiled gently and suddenly asked, "Your Highness Xieling, this is only level 5. Could there be these treasures in the later 4 levels as well?" "You mean to say?" Xieling's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. There were similar treasures in each level of the 9 heavens. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would expend a lot of energy to reach level 5. There were still ranking battles to be fought later on, and naturally, no one would continue to ascend to level 6. No one would create trouble for themselves for no reason. However, the person inside was not an ordinary person. Right then, in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo picked up the Saturn soil and squatted down. After a long silence, he used the Saturn soil to carve 2 words at the highest point of the earth, ranking steel. It was the name of a person. When they saw that, the eyes of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy reddened, and they remained silent. The discussions in the square gradually calmed down as well, and many cultivators had conflicted expressions. Dozens of cultivators in front of the earth, ranking steel, raised their heads. At the highest point of the steel, another name appeared above Feng Yin and Tai Hua's names. It was the name of a fallen cultivator, Yi Fei. In Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly and sniffled. She turned her head away and shed tears silently. Lu Ping recalled the scene of Yi Fei releasing the lifespan sacrifice art and breaking free from the seal as well, and sighed gently. Yi Fei was dead. However, his name was left at the top of the earth, ranking steel, looking down on everyone. It was like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Although it was fleeting, it shone with an incomparably resplendent light. Chapter 2240. 2240 Blood for Blood. 2240 Blood for Blood. Level 5. Su Zimo stood up slowly and stood at the highest point of the earth, ranking steel. He put away the Saturn soil into his consciousness, and it was devoured by the Hell Suppression tripod rapidly. After devouring and refining this Saturn soil, Su Zimo could use the Jupiter would obtain from level 4 for his own cultivation. The Hell Suppression tripod could be repaired all the same, and all 4 sacred souls could be awakened. Su Zimo looked in the direction of level 6 in silence. He could vaguely guess that if he continued ascending, a similar treasure might be hidden in level 6. However, given his current condition, it was truly not suitable for him to continue barging forth. That was unless he wanted to give up on the ranking battle and the fight for the top of the earth ranking completely. Killing immortal Tai Hua at the end took a huge toll on him. The Green Lotus True Body endured quite a blow against immortal Tai Hua's supreme divine power as well. It was way too risky to continue ascending to level 6. Furthermore, today's matter was not over for him. For other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were still in the 9 heavens. The reason why these people entered the 9 heavens was to join forces to kill him. However, they were not gathered together. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy. Yi Fei's death triggered the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart completely. He wanted to annihilate the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He wanted those 2 factions to be removed from the Earth ranking this time round. He wanted to embarrass the 2 factions completely. Suddenly, sensing something, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw a figure speeding over from the distant horizon. From his attire, it was an execution guard of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Boom! Su Zimo leaped down from the highest point of the earth, ranking steel, and landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Among the Earth execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Lu Yu is considered as an expert among the commanders. However, his combat strength was ranked last in this group. Of course, even at the bottom, he had already reached level 5 as well, and the Earth ranking steel was right before him. As long as he left his name on the Earth ranking steel, he could join forces with Tai Han and the Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect to kill Su Zimo. I'm slightly slower. Who knows, Great Commander Tai Han and the others might have already killed Su Zimo. Lu Yu thought as he sprinted. Right then, he suddenly smelled a faint blood stench. Frowning, he looked over and saw more than 10 headless corpses strewn in front of the earth, ranking steel. They were all from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. How could this be? What happened? Lu Yu was shocked. Right then, his feet trembled as though the ground was shaking. Right on the heels of that, a loud bang sounded from the direction of the earth, ranking steel. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a green-robed cultivator walking over in huge strides, holding 18 heads that were still stained with blood in one hand with a torrential, malevolent aura. Su Zimo. Pissed. Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression changed. He could clearly see that the heads were all Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Even Tai Han and Immortal Tai Hua were among them. Great Commander Tai Han was dead. Even immortal Tai Hua was dead. That piece of information was way too shocking and impactful for Lu Yu. For a moment, he could not accept it and could not react. In that few breaths, Su Zimo had already closed in. He did not abandon the 18 heads on his left hand and merely grabbed them with his palm. He extended his other palm and slapped down towards Lu Yu. That palm covered the skies and released an incomparably tragic and violent aura. Against that palm, Lu Yu's aura was gone, and he was scared out of his wits. If it was a normal fight to the death, Lu Yu would not have ended up in such a state. But now he was scared out of his wits when he saw the heads of Tai Han and immortal Tai Hua in Su Zimo's hands. Even if he had 100% combat strength, he could not unleash 50%. Without time to activate his spirit consciousness or release his divine powers and immortal arts, Lu Yu could only raise his arms, wanting to grab Su Zimo's palm and turn to escape. Bang! When Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu's arms, there was a dull sound of defeat. Crack! Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he exerted strength and pushed down with one hand. Die! Su Zimo hollered with unparalleled might like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Lu Yu's arms were snapped by Su Zimo's palm. Lu Yu was unlike Tai Han, who possessed the reaction and methods to be able to raise his head to dodge. The tremendous force crushed down, and Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu on the head. With a bang, brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. Through the skull, Lu Yu's essence spirit was shattered by Su Zimo's palm. He killed an earth execution guard with a single hand and one palm strike. Using his palm like a saber, Su Zimo slit Lu Yu's throat and cut off the massive head, holding it in his hands. When the cultivators beside the earth ranking steel saw that, they were relatively calm and their expressions did not change much. After all, compared to the scene of Su Zimo being surrounded by immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and the other 16 Earth immortals earlier on, this was nothing. However, in the square, Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White finally could not help but stand up with furious expressions. Isn't Heaven and Earth Academy way too ruthless? Heaven Immortal White raised his arm and pointed his folding fan at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, saying hatefully, "We've already lost this battle. Why is this lad bent on wiping us out?" "Wiping you guys out?" Elder Zhong sneered. "Let me ask you, if Su Zimo is in your hands right now, will he still be alive?" Elder, he had an unfriendly expression, as well as he said coldly, "White Sea, don't forget that Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were the ones who attacked first and killed first. No matter how our Academy disciples retaliate, your two factions will have to endure it." Prince Yuanzhua turned to look at perfected immortal Xieling and cupped his fists. "Your Highness, Su Zimo is so violent and murderous. How is he different from a fiend cultivator? In my opinion, there's a high chance that this lad is a spy from the fiend domain who infiltrated the divine firmament immortal domain." Tui! Yun Ting had just drunk a mouthful of strong wine and spat it out, scolding. "Yuanzhua, you're truly shameless. You're resorting to slander now after you failed to defeat him?" Heaven Immortal White took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Xieling, I suggest that we move this lad out of the 9 heavens lest he goes on a killing spree within." Xieling shook his head with an indifferent expression. "This is the elimination round of the 9 heavens. Life and death battles are allowed. Earlier on, when your two factions joined forces to attack a disciple of the Academy, I did not interfere. Now, if this Academy disciple wants to kill everyone, I won't stop him either. An eye for an eye, blood for blood until the elimination round is finally over." Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White were helpless and could only give up and sit back down. Chapter 2241. 2241 Ranking Battle. 2241 Ranking Battle. As time passed by, the names on the earth ranking steel increased. As for Su Zimo, he guarded this place. The remaining 3 Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect did not manage to escape and were killed by him in the 9 heavens. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea could only watch helplessly. At that moment, all 22 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were annihilated without exception. Earth Immortals, even the strongest Earth Immortals, were nothing to these 2 factions. In Flying Immortal Sect, Earth Immortals were only Outer Sect disciples. In the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, they were only Earth execution guards. The loss of more than 20 people was nothing to the 2 factions. It could not even amount to a single strand of hair. However, the impact on the reputation of the 2 factions was immeasurable. The 2 factions joined forces with a reincarnated immortal in the fray, but were killed by a single person and removed from the Earth ranking. Before long, the news would spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and cause a huge stir. In fact, for a long time to come, it would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators in divine firmament mainland. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea would be regarded as failures. Naturally, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would be implicated as well. Although the elimination round was still ongoing, many cultivators in the square were no longer interested. Everyone merely looked up occasionally to see whose name was added to the steel. Most of them were still excited, immersed in what was probably the most earth-shaking Earth Immortal battle earlier on. Su Zimo from the Academy has truly become famous after a single battle. That's right. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't have to take part in the ranking battle next. Even the top of the Earth ranking this time round won't be able to cover his glory. For many cultivators, the fight for the Earth ranking was purely for fame. Su Zimo had already obtained enough treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Now he was renowned through a shocking battle. To everyone, it no longer mattered whether Su Zimo continued to take part in the ranking battle. Another 2 hours passed. Apart from Immortal Tai Hua and the others who died, there were already 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking steel. This also meant that the elimination round of the Earth ranking was officially over. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling stood up slowly and his glabella shone. His hands changed continuously in midair and released true essence, divine lights that entered the mirror in the firmaments. The scenes reflected in the firmaments gradually dissipated. Thereafter, a gigantic crack appeared in the void and countless figures fell out like fishes. Many cultivators controlled their bodies and returned to the Yin-Yang Palace, feeling as though a lifetime had passed. More than 100,000 Earth Immortals died in the elimination round. The other cultivators descended one after another and returned to their sections. Under the control of Xie Ling's spirit consciousness, the 100 cultivators on the Earth, ranking steel, hovered in midair above the square and were watched by everyone. The 100 cultivators were arranged in a vertical row according to the ranking of the elimination round. Their leader was the number 1 of the elimination round, Feng Yin. The first is Feng Yin, as was predicted. Strange, the second is Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. The third is Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Most of the Earth Immortals who participated in the elimination round had just come out of the 9 heavens and did not know what happened in level 5. Tai Han and Qing Chenzi aren't in the top 10 either. What's going on? Pissed. Who is that? Why is he carrying so many heads? An Earth Immortal exclaimed when he saw Su Zimo, who was ranked 68th. The 22 blood-stained heads had their long hairs intertwined into a bundle that was held in the hands of a refined cultivator in green robes. It looked extremely shocking. Some Earth Immortals focused their gazes and saw the heads of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and the others that they mentioned earlier on. Wah! What happened? The Earth Immortals were shocked. A cultivator of the same sect beside them had long recounted the battle that broke out in level 5 in a low voice. Instantly the square was noisy. Piak! 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 A round of applause sounded from the banquet as Yun Ting stood up slowly and declared, "Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me indeed. I did not come for nothing this time round. Good kills, that was an enjoyable battle. Remember the challenge between us. I'll be waiting for you on the heaven ranking." Yun Ting burst into laughter and was prepared to leave. He had already achieved his goal for this trip and was unwilling to stay here any longer. The ranking battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to continue watching, Prince Yun Ting? Xieling asked with a smile. There's nothing to see. Yun Ting waved it off. Even without the ranking battle, there's only a single person worthy of being at the top of the earth ranking this time round. Yun Ting did not say it explicitly, but everyone could tell who he was referring to. In everyone's heart, they had already made their own judgment as well. In that battle, Su Zimo killed 18 Earth Immortals single-handedly, including the extremely famous Immortal Taihua, Taihan, and other Earth Immortal experts. He was indeed worthy of the title of the top of the Earth ranking. Xieling smiled gently. No matter what, according to the rules, the ranking battle has to be carried out. Only the number 1 of the ranking battle is the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak added, there are many methods available to Earth Immortals in a fight. In the 9 heavens, their combat strength is restricted and they can't unleash their full strength. That battle can't prove anything. Feng Yin was from Imperial Wind Temple. Naturally, he was unwilling to give in when he saw that the reputation and glory of the top of the Earth ranking was about to be snatched away by Su Zimo. Furthermore, beside the Earth ranking stele, Su Zimo patted Mo Qian on the shoulder as though he was teaching a child a lesson. That made Heaven Immortal Green Peak very uncomfortable, and he would not let Su Zimo be too smug. Yun Ting pouted and ignored Heaven Immortal Green Peak. Everyone naturally had their own standards, and he could not be bothered to argue with them. Yun Ting stood up and was about to leave when his gaze shifted to the seats of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He mocked, Yuanzhua, White Sea, what are the 2 of you still doing here? It's none of your business. Prince Yuanzhua replied coldly. The 2 of them had ugly expressions. If they could attack Yun Ting, they would have torn him into pieces long ago. Yun Ting pouted and shook his head. The Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have already been removed from the Earth ranking. Aren't you guys embarrassed enough? Instead of scampering away, you're still going to stay here? Our people are indeed dead, but the cultivators of other sects and factions are still on the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal White Sea harumphed coldly. Since you said that Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking, let's see what he has to work with. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy using all his trump cards in the Battle of the 9 Heavens. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, he would definitely not be able to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. At the very least, Su Zimo would not be able to get through Feng Yin. Feng Yin had arrived at the Earth ranking stele a long time ago and had been conserving his energy. He had long recovered to his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he was already exhausted after consecutive battles. In that regard, the difference between them was way too great. Chapter 2242. 2242, I'm going to do it. 2242, I'm going to do it. After pondering for a moment, Elder Zhong stood out and cupped his fists toward Xieling. Your Highness, too many changes have happened in the elimination round of the Earth ranking. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces to attack a disciple of our academy, causing him to expend too much energy and severely affect his combat strength. I suggest that the ranking battle be postponed for a day. That will be more fair. Elder, he added hurriedly, that's right. No. Prince Yuanzhua was the first to stand out and sneered. What kind of a joke is this? who doesn't exhaust themselves in the elimination round. You want to change the rules just for a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy? That's right. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice as well. The ranking battle is about to begin after the elimination round. The goal is to not give these Earth Immortals any time to rest. Otherwise, there's no meaning to the ranking of the elimination round. If anything happens in the elimination round, that's also a part of the fight for the Earth ranking. We can't change the rules just because of a single change. Cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were both dead. Naturally, Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were unwilling to see Su Zimo obtain the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak represented Imperial Wind Temple and was unwilling to give in. He could also tell that if Su Zimo rested for a day and recovered to his peak condition, Feng Yin might not be his match. The Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at perfected Immortal Xieling. After all, Xieling was the person in charge of the 10,000-year meet and had the right to make the decision. After a moment of silence, Xieling looked at the Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and shook his head apologetically. As fellow Taoists Yuanzhua and Green Peak said, since the rules have been set, they can't be changed casually. Otherwise, the rules will be meaningless. The Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were not surprised by this outcome either. After all, logically, the rules of the 10,000-year meet could not be changed just to accommodate a single disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. When they stood out to fight for it earlier on, they merely gave it a shot with a sliver of hope. Since that's the case, Elder Zhong looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Zimo, withdraw from the ranking battle for the Earth, ranking this time round. There's no need to continue fighting. Elder Zhong, don't worry. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Since I'm taking part in the Earth ranking competition, I won't withdraw at the last minute. The reason why he wanted to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was not because of reputation. It was because the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom would give the richest rewards to the top of the Earth ranking. Among them, there were many precious cultivation resources, such as the essence, spirit liquid, and rare elixirs, such as the parasol tree elixir. He could even enter the palace of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and choose a cultivation technique or secret skill to cultivate as well as obtain a dermic treasure from the armory in the palace. Those rewards were a huge boost for Su Zimo. Right now, he was at the peak of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to grade 9 soon. If he digested those rewards, he might be able to cross a major cultivation realm from a grade 9 Earth Immortal to the Heaven Essence realm in a short period of time and become a Heaven Immortal. If he wanted to fight against Yun Ting on the Heaven ranking, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. He would definitely not give up on any opportunities that he could encounter. Prince Yuanzhua heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, he was worried that Su Zimo would withdraw from the fight for the Earth ranking because of the persuasion of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders. At that moment, he was finally relieved. Su Zimo, I'll wait here and see how you end up in a crushing defeat. Prince Yuanzhua sneered. Is that so? Su Zimo glanced at Prince Yuanzhua indifferently. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I'm definitely going to get the top of the Earth ranking. When he heard that, Feng Yin could not help but laugh and shake his head gently. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not dare to claim victory. Now that the difference in their conditions was so great, could he not suppress a grade 8 Earth Immortal whose essence spirit was weak and essence chi was depleted? All right. Xie Ling nodded slightly with a look of admiration. Since no one has any issues, the ranking battle will begin now. Prince Yun Ting, Su Zimo is prepared to fight for the top of the Earth ranking. Are you still leaving in advance? Xie Ling asked with a smile. I've already said that there's nothing to see. Yun Ting shrugged his shoulders gently. Even if Feng Yin wins in the end, in my heart, Su Zimo will still be the top of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo, it's fine if you lose. However, you have to survive. Remember the challenge between us. Yun Ting added and turned to leave, turning into a sword beam that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Actually, Yun Ting also felt that there was no doubt about this battle and Su Zimo had no chance. That was the reason why he said that earlier on. Su Zimo's problem was not only his condition, but also his many trump cards that had been used up in advance and had yet to recover. This battle was unfair to begin with. Your Highness, does Mr. Su have a chance of winning? Su, Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xie Qingqing pondered for a long time before shaking his head gently. If Brother Su is up against ordinary opponents, he should be able to win given his melee combat strength. However, if he wants to fight for the top of the Earth ranking, he'll definitely have to deal with Feng Yin. He most likely won't stand a chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, furthermore, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely advantageous for the number one of the elimination round. What do you mean? Su Xiaotian asked. Xie Qingqing said, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely simple. There will be a total of 7 rounds to determine the top of the Earth ranking. In the first round, the first place is up against the 100th place, the second is up against the 99th, so on and so forth. As the 68th, Brother Su will be up against the 33rd. In the second round, 50 people will remain, and they will continue fighting in pairs. The first against the 50th, the second against the 49th, and so on and so forth. In the third round, 25 people will remain. 24 people will fight in pairs, and there will be 1 empty spot. The empty spot will be reserved for the number one of the elimination round, Feng Yin. Su Xiaotian understood and came to a realization. In other words, Feng Yin will get more time to rest and less combat. That's right. Xie Qingqing nodded and continued. By the fourth round, there will be another empty spot among the remaining 13 people. The empty spot this time round will still be reserved for the number one of the elimination round. In the fifth round, among the remaining 7 people, the empty spot will still belong to Feng Yin. In other words, in the 7 rounds, Feng Yin will get the chance to rest for 3 rounds. Su Xiaotian had a worried expression. As such, while one party was fighting with others, the other party was resting. The difference between them would only increase. However, a one-on-one fight is only to determine the victor. How will the ranking be determined? Su Xiaotian asked again. Xie Qingqing said, the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects will each send a heaven immortal expert to judge the standard of the losers and eventually determine their ranking. Chapter 2243 2240 3A Divine / 2240 3A Divine / In order to determine the final ranking of the Earth ranking, the 100 Earth Immortal experts were divided to fight at the same time for 7 rounds. That was the most efficient and reasonable rule. It could prevent paragons and monster incarnates with top combat strength from encountering one another in advance and resulting in one of them being eliminated. That would result in a less accurate ranking. It was difficult for the first and second of the elimination round to meet in the first few rounds. Xie Ling tapped his finger gently and true essence surged into the ground in the middle of the square. Boom, 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 right in front of everyone. In the middle of the spacious square, 50 square green stones rose slowly and hovered in midair. The green stones were flat and gigantic, more than enough to be used as a battlefield for Earth Immortals to fight. Everyone prepare yourselves. According to the corresponding numbers on the green stone battlefield, you can enter the battlefield. Xie Ling declared. There was a number in the middle of every single green stone. The number 1 was the first battlefield where the first and 100th ranking Earth Immortals of the elimination round would fight. Su Zimo's ranking was 68, and he was fighting against the Earth Immortal ranked 33 on the 33rd green stone battlefield. Coincidentally, his opponent was someone from the Shui clan who he had fought on the long street in the capital, Previously, Do Yuan. Figures leaped up one after another and arrived on the green stone battlefield. The battle was about to begin. There aren't many rules and restrictions for cultivators in the ranking battle. You can use dermic treasures, talismans, and elixirs. You can also fight to the death. Xie Ling said in a deep voice. However, if the other party leaves the green stone, you can't chase them anymore. Many cultivators had long known about this. If anyone were to attack after their opponents left the range of the green stone, many heaven immortals present, including Xie Ling, could stop them at any moment. Let the ranking battle of the earth ranking officially begin. When Xie Ling saw that the 100 earth immortals were already present on the green stone battlefield, he hollered. Boom! 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 Clang! 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 The moment Xie Ling said that, a huge battle broke out on the green stone battlefield. The sound of divine powers and dermic treasures colliding was deafening. Although it was a ranking battle, it was also an elimination round. Anyone who lost a single round would no longer have a chance to advance to the second round. Therefore, none of the cultivators dared to hold back. The moment the battle broke out, victory was already decided on one of the battlefields. The first battlefield. Feng Yin sent the rank 100th Earth Immortal down from the green stone battlefield with a single move, and the other party did not even have time to react. Feng Yin's movement technique was shockingly fast. The spectators were not surprised at all and nodded to themselves. Many cultivators shifted their gazes towards the 33rd battlefield instead of the second and third battlefields. The two people on the battlefield did not fight right away. Do Yuan cupped his fists first. Fellow Daoist Su, my combat strength is definitely inferior to yours. However, the ranking has to be calculated no matter the outcome. I can only fight with my full strength. Please forgive me. Do Yuan had witnessed that earth-shaking battle in the 9 heavens personally as well. He knew very well that if Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for Su Zimo at all. But now he had a chance of winning. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Although he knew that Su Zimo was in a weak state, Do Yuan did not dare to be careless. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew his destiny dermic treasure right away. A cold saber was in his hands. There were mysterious patterns etched on the saber, and its aura was sharp and powerful. Connate Earth-grade dermic treasure. Almost every Earth immortal qualified to take part in the ranking battle had a connate Earth-grade dermic treasure in their hands. Some Earth immortals with extraordinary backgrounds that came from heaven-grade sects and factions might even have more than one. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had 3 connate Earth-grade dermic treasures alone. 2 of them were from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, and one of them was from Heaven and Earth Academy. At the same time that Do Yuan summoned his destiny dermic treasure, he crushed a protection talisman and instantly formed a protective barrier filled with runes around him. Boom! The moment he did that, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and the green stone shook. Do Yuan heard a loud bang. The next moment, Su Zimo had already closed in. Even without using any movement techniques or secret skills, the speed released by his physique was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! With a calm expression, Do Yuan hollered and raised the saber in his hands, slashing down at Su Zimo. That slash was extremely powerful and released an unparalleled aura. At the same time, the patterns on the saber lit up and shone with an incomparably resplendent light, illuminating Su Zimo's eyes like a blazing sun. The saber was called the Blind Saber. The patterns on the saber were activated with essence chi and would shine with a blinding light the moment blows were exchanged. If the opponent was caught off guard, they would be blinded for a short period of time. However, the Green Lotus True Body's 5 senses were way too strong. Furthermore, Su Zimo had fused 2 divine stones in his eyes. The light of the blind saber had no effect on him at all. Zimo did not even move his eyelids. He merely raised his palm casually and coiled, trembled, and yanked the blind saber. Buzz! The blind saber trembled endlessly as though it was crying. Do Yuan was alarmed and felt a sharp pain in his palm. He could not hold on to the blind saber any longer, and it was snatched away by Zimo's bare hands. Swoosh! After snatching the saber, Zimo slashed in reverse. Splash! The flash of the saber beam was majestic, as though furious tides had struck the shore or a tsunami was surging. It was bedazzling. Do Yuan could no longer see the saber or Zimo. There was only a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall with a terrifying might. It let out a series of roars and charged over fiercely, colliding against him. Boom! 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 Before one wave was over, another rose, and the tsunami surged continuously. Not only did Do Yuan lose his sight, even his 5 senses had been reduced to their limits. It was as though he was in an endless torrential wave. Even if he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he had no choice but to float with the wave. Such a saber technique is truly amazing. To think that this academy disciple would have such a move. I've never heard of any high-quality saber techniques in the academy. A divine slash. The person was referring to how the power of that single slash was comparable to a divine power. Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area. However, Do Yuan could not hear any of those sounds. Piak! Suddenly, Do Yuan jolted awake. The turbid tides before him vanished completely, as though everything was an illusion. As for him, he had already fallen from the green stone battlefield and landed on the ground. Unknowingly, the protection talisman on his body had already shattered. He had lost. There was no doubt about it. Clang! Right then, a cold light flashed and entered the ground in front of him. Zimo tossed away the blind saber casually and threw it in front of him. Sigh. Do Yuan had a conflicted expression as he withdrew his blind saber and cupped his fists toward Zimo. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. With that said, Do Yuan returned to his seat. Chapter 2244. 2244 Victory without a fight. 2244 Victory without a fight. Zimo returned to his seat and rested as well. The 36-time sabers coupled with fleeting moment to kill immortal Tai Hua had expended too much of Zimo's essence spirit. The gap between the elimination round and ranking battle was too short. Although the Green Lotus True Body's regeneration speed was shocking, he could not recover much. He could only make use of every opportunity and trivial time to rest as much as possible and recover his essence chi. Of the 50 green stone battlefields, Feng Yin and Zimo ended their combat the fastest. Most of the cultivators were still fighting intensely on the battlefield. Zimo took a rough look. If nothing went wrong, at least 15 people from Heaven and Earth Academy would win in the first round. Among them was Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. Lu Ping's opponent was from Imperial Wind Temple, and his movement technique was extremely fast. The person surrounded Lu Ping, wanting to make use of his movement technique advantage to get rid of the latter as soon as possible. However, Lu Ping was reborn through assimilation and underwent a complete transformation. Just by standing on the spot, he could deal with his opponents with the few willow branches conjured on his head. Zimo could tell that Lu Ping was not familiar with the control of this body's power yet. If he were to fuse perfectly with this body, this Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple would definitely not be a match for him. As time passed by, the first round of the ranking battle ended and 50 Earth Immortals were eliminated. The Heaven Immortal experts of the 3 Immortal Kingdoms and 7 Immortal sects would decide the ranking of the 50 Earth Immortals. Those 50 people could only be ranked in the bottom 50 of the Earth ranking. However, the exact ranking was judged by 7 people. Without giving the victorious Earth Immortals any time to rest, the second round of the ranking battle began immediately. There were only 25 green stones left in midair. On the first battlefield, Feng Yin still defeated his opponent at the fastest speed. Although he attacked 3 times, it was less than a breath. After Su Zimo defeated Dou Yuan, his ranking was replaced, and he was now ranked 33rd. This time round, his opponent was a fellow Heaven and Earth Academy cultivator ranked 18th. Junior brother Su, I admit defeat for this battle. The Earth Immortal of the Academy smiled gently and admitted defeat automatically, withdrawing from the battle. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiang. Su Zimo expressed his thanks. Automatically admitting defeat was equivalent to being eliminated directly and would have a negative impact on one's ranking on the Earth ranking. Of the 25 people eliminated in the second round, the 7 Heaven Immortal experts would tacitly agree to rank them last. The Academy disciples' intentions were clear. He wanted Su Zimo to get as much time to rest as possible. Junior brother Su, I should be the one thanking you. The person smiled. If not for your earth-shaking battle, our Academy disciples would have lost all face this time round. Junior brother Su, we're all looking forward to your final battle. With that said, he leaped down from the green stone. Su Zimo retreated as well and continued to recuperate, conserving his energy. Before long, the third round of the ranking battle began. In the third round of the ranking battle, 25 people advanced and Feng Yin had a free pass. The remaining 24 people fought in pairs. Feng Yin ended his battles quickly in the first 2 rounds without much effort. At that moment, he sat at the table calmly and watched the 9th battlefield with a relaxed expression. Su Zimo won the second round and was ranked 18th. His opponent in the third round was the 9th Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Mo Qian of Imperial Wind Temple. When Mo Qian saw that his opponent was Su Zimo, he had an awkward expression and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Su, we meet again. Mo Qian cupped his fists and smiled embarrassedly. I'm definitely not as strong as you, fellow Taoist. I'll choose to concede as well. Before Mo Qian could finish, his expression changed. He stood on the green stone with a conflicted expression before sighing helplessly. Fellow Taoist Su, this concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking after all. I can only fight with all my might. Please show mercy, fellow Taoist Su. Su Zimo glanced sideways in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple and understood. From the looks of it, Mo Qian had clearly received a voice transmission from a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple. It was most likely Heaven Immortal Green Peak, who forbade him from withdrawing from the fight. That was easy to understand. The goal of Heaven Immortal Green Peak was to exhaust Su Zimo as much as possible without any time to rest and fight for a higher chance of winning for Feng Yin. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Swoosh! In a flash, Mo Qian touched his storage bag and withdrew a sword as thin as a cicada's wings, piercing toward Su Zimo. A gentle breeze blew, and the sword beam converged. The combination of the sword and sword technique complemented one another and was almost integrated into the wind. It was already difficult to detect with just the 5 senses. Su Zimo closed his eyes. Suddenly, he struck like lightning and extended 2 fingers, clamping them in the void not far away. Between his 2 fingers, a sword that was as thin as cicada wings appeared. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. He strode forward and condensed his finger sword, piercing towards Mo Qian's glabella with a sharp aura and a shocking killing intent. That was the opening stance of the Heaven-Slaying Sword art. He had released the Heaven-Slaying Sword art extremely early on. Although he had yet to recover completely, his finger sword was sharp with an unstoppable killing intent. Under that terrifying killing intent, the scene of Su Zimo fighting against 18 peak Earth Immortals in the 9 heavens suddenly flashed through Mo Qian's mind. The bloody battlefield seemed to flash before his eyes as headless corpses scattered around. He could almost see a familiar face among the bloodied heads that Su Zimo was holding in his left hand. It was his face. Arg! Mo Qian was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he released Imperial Wind Temple's divine powers and secret skills and turned to flee. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed, and Mo Qian had already leaped down from the green stone. It was so fast that even Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that Imperial Wind Temple was indeed outstanding in terms of movement technique. If that was the case, even though Mo Qian's combat strength was not considered top tier in Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin was definitely even stronger. Trash! Heaven Immortal Green Peak could not help but curse when he saw that. A series of chuckles sounded from both sides of the spectator area as well. However, there was not much mockery in those laughter. That was because everyone knew that even if they were in Mo Qian's position, none of them might be stronger than him. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. If Mo Qian were to make use of his movement technique to fight him, it would indeed take him some effort to win. However, he had already scared Mo Qian out of his wits back in the 9 heavens. Right now, he did not release the heaven-slaying sword chi. He merely released his edge to scare Mo Qian off and won without having to fight. After the 3rd round of the ranking battle, Su Zimo was now ranked 9th. The next battle would be even more difficult. Su Zimo rested at the spectator area while paying attention to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, his next opponent would be Yunlei or the latter's opponent. No matter who it was, a tough battle would be inevitable at that time. Chapter 2245 2245-12 Heavenly Thunders 2245-12 Heavenly Thunders. Initially, Prince Yunlei was ranked 9th on the Earth ranking scale. Because Su Zimo killed immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Qing Qinzi, his ranking was raised to 6th. In the 3rd round, Prince Yunlei's opponent was a rank 21st Earth Immortal from the Yenyang Immortal Kingdom. Although the combat strength of this Earth Immortal was rather extraordinary, he was clearly weaker than Prince Yunlei. After watching for a while, Su Zimo had already deduced that his opponent in the 4th round would be Prince Yunlei. From the 4th round on, apart from Feng Yin, there were only 12 people left. The 12 Earth Immortals could be considered as true monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. What was worth mentioning was that in Heaven and Earth Academy, apart from Su Zimo, who advanced to the 4th round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent without any doubt and was still ranked 3rd. After assimilation, Lu Ping's body was reconstructed and he underwent a complete transformation. He advanced all the way and entered the 4th round, temporarily ranking 10th as one of the top 12 Earth Immortals. In Heaven and Earth Academy, 3 Earth Immortals entered the top 12. This was also the best record in history for Heaven and Earth Academy. If Su Zimo's sudden appearance was the most shocking, Lu Ping's rise was the most enviable and mysterious of fate. This was the effect of opportunities. With just an opportunity, Lu Ping went from an ordinary disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy who could not enter the Earth ranking to a dazzling monster incarnate of the Earth Immortal Realm. His fate was completely changed, and his future was limitless. Before long, the 3rd round of ranking battle ended, and the 4th round began. Feng Yin was still given a free pass. In the 6th battlefield, Prince Yunlei was up against Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, we didn't have the chance to fight at the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. Today, I fulfilled a load on my mind. Prince Yunlei said with a conflicted expression. 1,000 years ago, he participated in the Immortal Sect selection with Su Zimo, but was outshone by the latter. It was also because the pressure of facing Su Zimo was too great that he changed his mind at the last minute and joined Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. From time to time, Prince Yunlei still thought about the matter and worked diligently on his cultivation, wanting to compete with Su Zimo on the Earth ranking. However, the battle in the 9 heavens shocked him way too much. Prince Yunlei knew in his heart that this battle was completely unfair to Su Zimo. If it was a fair fight, even 20 of him would not be a match for Su Zimo. This concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking. I'll do my best. I hope you understand, fellow Taoist Su. Prince Yunlei cupped his fists. It's fine, just attack. Su Zimo still had a calm expression and gaze. Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit, and the essence qi in his body surged. Beams of resplendent lightning appeared on his body and coiled around him like snakes as his aura rose continuously. Dark clouds filled the square and rumbled, emanating a tremendous pressure that was suffocating. Instantly, the skies darkened. I heard that when Prince Yunlei was born, the sound of instant thunder reverberated through the world. He is innately acquainted with the power of thunder and cultivated many thunder cultivation techniques and secret skills with terrifying killing power. That's right. If not for the appearance of Prince Yunting later on, who was even more terrifying, Prince Yunlei would have been the #1 paragon of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom's younger generation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and the skies darkened, enveloping the Yenyang Palace as though the apocalypse had arrived. Up till this point of the ranking battle, this was the first time a universal phenomenon descended due to the attack of an Earth immortal. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning that filled the firmaments. A strange glint flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Thunder!" Bang! Suddenly, Yunlei opened his mouth and released a sound domain's secret skill. The secret skill resonated with the thunder in the firmaments and created an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that struck Su Zimo. At the same time, Yunlei released his visual technique. A thunderbolt tore through the dark void and descended before Su Zimo. Sound domain's secret skills and visual techniques descended almost at the same time. Kill! Su Zimo hollered as well and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill, to negate the power of Yunlei's sound domain secret skill. At the same time, he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. His hand seemed to be gripping a gigantic spear as he stabbed into the void. Buzz! An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the void, illuminating the world like daylight. In fact, even the dark clouds in the firmaments were torn apart by the resplendent light, revealing cracks that shone. 9 firmament instant thunder. At the spectator area, Xiaoling exclaimed. As though he thought of something, Prince Yuan's expression darkened and suddenly turned extremely terrible. That was Feng Santian's secret skill. He had long known that Feng Cantian was related to Su Zimo. To think that even that terrifying secret skill was imparted to Su Zimo. Back when Feng Cantian was at his peak, this secret skill alone blinded a perfected immortal at the 9 firmament meet. That was also the reason why an immortal king granted this secret skill its name, 9 firmament instant thunder, in a stroke of emotional inspiration. Although Prince Yunlei's visual technique was strong, it melted instantly against the envelopment of the resplendent light like a blazing sun striking ice and snow. It could not defend against it at all. Yunlei's eyes stung as well. In that instant, he felt a violent and savage aura surge towards him. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that was filled with a tragic blood stench, as though it wanted to rip him into 2. This is bad. Prince Yunlei's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Su Zimo had already closed in. He had witnessed how terrifying Su Zimo was in melee combat and knew that he had no chance of winning in melee combat. Crack! Prince Yunlei released his thunder escape technique and transformed into a streak of lightning. Instantly, he vanished from the spot and retreated, distancing himself from Su Zimo. At the same time, Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit to its limits and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, letting out thunderous sounds. Divine firmament, heavenly thunder. 5 elements, heavenly thunder. Wind, heavenly thunder. Rain, heavenly thunder. Cloud, heavenly thunder. Torrential, heavenly thunder. Ice, heavenly thunder. Sound, heavenly thunder. Sandstorm, heavenly thunder. Food, heavenly thunder. Fiend suppression, heavenly thunder. Ghost devouring, heavenly thunder. 12 heavenly thunderdermic arts were released in the blink of an eye, and instantly the world changed. There was heavy rain, hailstorms that blanketed the skies, torrents that surged over, wild winds that sent sand and rocks flying, malevolent ghosts that roared out of cages, and fiend celestials that were faintly visible. Countless phenomenons filled the world, and every single phenomenon contained an endless power of thunder that blanketed the skies in all directions. Pissed, 12 heavenly thunders. Prince Yunlei sure is capable. A series of exclamations sounded from both sides of the spectator area. The power of thunder was the most lethal. Every single heavenly thunder possessed immense power. Now that 12 heavenly thunders were released at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. Chapter 2246, 2246, Thunder Palm. 2246, Thunder Palm. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition and had yet to use his trump cards, he would naturally be able to neutralize the 12 heavenly thunders. But now, supreme divine powers are probably the only way to defend against the combined might of those 12 heavenly thunders. Why hasn't Su Zimo attacked yet? Is he prepared to give up and admit defeat? A commotion broke out in the crowd. The 12 heavenly thunders blanketed the skies and rumbled over. Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the green stone. Against the terrifying and vast attack, his figure looked a little frail and could be devoured at any moment. On the other side, Prince Yunlei's face was pale and his gaze was dim. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Su Zimo seemed to have given up on resisting. The release of the 12 heavenly thunders at the same time consumed too much of the power of his essence spirit, and his essence spirit was almost on the brink of collapse. However, Yunlei felt uneasy when he looked at Su Zimo's face. That face was way too calm. There was no panic or fear in the face of such an attack, only calmness. Furthermore, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a glint of anticipation and eagerness. Boom! 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 The 12 heavenly thunders descended and struck Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. With a bright gaze, he channeled the bones strengthening section of the Void Thunder Manual with all his might and channeled electricity into his body, using the 12 heavenly thunders to refine his bones. That action was way too crazy. For others, it was unimaginable. However, Su Zimo was confident. He possessed the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body, and his physique was unparalleled. His life force was exuberant, and he believed that even the 12 heavenly thunders could not destroy his life force. He was confident in the Void Thunder Manual as well. He believed that the dermic formulation created by the Thunder Emperor was enough to subdue the 12 heavenly thunders for his own use. Nobody could imagine that Su Zimo would make use of his opponent's thunderous killing methods to temper his body and bones, strengthening in the earth-ranking battle. Heavy rain, hail, fiend celestials, malevolent ghosts, flying sand. All sorts of completely different powers struck the Green Lotus True Body continuously. However, when they surged into his body, they were refined and subdued by the Void Thunder Manual, turning into runes that stimulated his bones continuously. The power of thunder on the bones of the Green Lotus True Body intensified and shone with resplendent electric arcs. His marrow flowed and even let out rumbling thunder. Thunder bones strengthening, and marrow cleansing. Against the destructive 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo's life force did not weaken. Instead, it intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Disbelief filled the faces of many cultivators. Thunder represented killing and the destruction of everything. However, it also contained life. The sound of spring thunder revived everything. The 12 heavenly thunders were like the first sound of thunder of spring and triggered the life force in the green lotus true body completely. In the 9 heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured after defending against a supreme divine power of immortal Tai Hua. Although the green lotus true body was healing continuously, it had not recovered completely. Now, with the help of the 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo was bathed in lightning. His bones buzzed and trembled, his marrow flowed, and his blood qi surged. His physical injuries had already healed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Through the rumbling thunder, Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly into Prince Yunlei's ears. At the same time, on the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's hands changed, and he conjured a dermic seal in the sea of lightning left behind by the 12 heavenly thunders. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand, and a gigantic palm slapped down towards Prince Yunlei. In the blink of an eye, the endless power of thunder in the world gathered on the gigantic palm. The aura of that palm turned increasingly terrifying and was surrounded by endless lightning. It was like a gigantic hand that had descended from the heavens to kill all living beings and could suppress and destroy everything. Thunder Palm. It was a powerful secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual. Back in Absolute Thunder City, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantian, had just escaped with his severely injured body. The moment he released that secret skill, he killed 2 perfected immortal experts on the spot. After Prince Yunlei released the 12 heavenly thunders, his essence spirit was extremely weak. He could not defend against the incoming palm strike at all. Yunlei withdrew a few dermic treasures from his storage bag hurriedly and tore apart more than 10 protection talismans. The moment he did that, the thunder palm descended. An unimaginable power struck him, and Prince Yunlei heard cracking sounds. More than 10 protection talismans were like paper against the impact of the thunder palm. Boom! Even with dermic treasures in front of him and above his head, Prince Yunlei's body shuddered. Unable to control his body, he fell from the green stone battlefield and landed heavily on the ground. His mind was in chaos, and he fainted on the spot. A heaven immortal of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom hurriedly took action and brought Prince Yunlei back to the spectator area. He was only relieved when he saw that the latter's life force was not severed. Everyone looked at Su Zimo with wary gazes. As expected of someone who received a personal challenge from Prince Yunting. In the same cultivation realm, only Prince Yunting could fight against such a monster incarnate. In the 4th round, Su Zimo won, and his ranking on the Earth ranking rose to 6th. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and leaped down from the green stone battlefield, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to recuperate his essence spirit. Although his body had already recovered to its peak, the power of his essence spirit had not recovered much. Under the nourishment of the creation lotus platform, the green lotus essence spirit only recovered around 30%. Feng Yin felt a sense of relief after watching the battle. To think that Su Zimo would have such a powerful trump card. Thankfully, Prince Yunlei made a move and forced out his trump card first. Otherwise, it would have taken me a lot of effort to neutralize such methods. Feng Yin was expressionless as he contemplated the situation in his mind. With that, his chances of winning were much higher. Although Su Zimo's physical injuries had already recovered, his essence spirit had expended a lot of energy. This was a huge weakness and could be considered fatal in a fight of this level. Feng Yin's expression was calm, and he was increasingly confident. In the other battlefields, Lu Ping defeated Prince Yun Tao of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom and was temporarily ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. Before long, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent as well and was still ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. After the 4th round, 3 of the top 6 of the Earth ranking were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Many cultivators shook their heads gently and lamented when they saw that. In the 9 heavens, when they saw immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others attack and seal Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, everyone thought that Heaven and Earth Academy was finished. To think that a shocking battle would change the situation of the Earth ranking completely. Heaven and Earth Academy shone brightly while the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were removed from the Earth ranking completely. Chapter 2247 2247 All Out 2247 All Out. At the end of the 4th ranking battle, there were only 7 people left, and the final ranking was not decided yet. 1st, Feng Yin. 2nd, Yu Feng. 3rd, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. 4th, Xie Yun. 5th, Lu Ping. 6th, Su Zimo. 7th, Pang Xan. When the 5th round of the ranking battle began, Feng Yin was still given a free pass, and there were only 3 green stone battlefields left in midair. The 2nd-ranked Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was up against the 7th-ranked Pang Xan of the Pang clan. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was up against Su Zimo. Xie Yin was up against Lu Ping. After the 3 battles, the final 4 people would be selected. When they saw the order of the battle, many cultivators could vaguely guess that Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Su Zimo would most likely not fight on the 3rd battlefield. Indeed, Princess Scarlet Rainbow announced her intention to withdraw, and Su Zimo naturally advanced, leading to a free pass for him. He obtained some rare rest time as well. For the other 2 battlefields, there was no doubt about the outcome of the battle between Yu Feng and Pang Xan. Under normal circumstances, Pang Xan would not have been able to make it to the top 10 of the Earth ranking. He only got here because of the death of immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Qing Qinzi. In terms of combat strength, he was clearly weaker than Yu Feng. The Earth ranking prediction had an extremely high evaluation of Yu Feng and stated that he would be the number 1 candidate for the top of the Earth ranking, if not for the 2 reincarnated immortals. If nothing went wrong, this would be Su Zimo's opponent in the 6th round. Su Zimo recuperated while observing Yu Feng's methods. Among the 4 immortal sects, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was best at body tempering and cultivating blood qi. Legend has it that the foundation of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, the Mountain Sea Sutra, was divided into 2 sections, mountain and sea. The mountain section tempered one's body, while the sea section cultivated one's bloodline. Both sections were supreme cultivation techniques that were second only to the legendary taboo mystic classics. It was clear that Yu Feng had already obtained the legacy of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and was strong in melee combat. Pang Xan was no match for him at all. The moment the 2 of them exchanged blows, Pang Xan was completely suppressed and was forced to retreat in defeat. It was only a matter of time before he lost. The methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, be it offensive skills, immortal arts, or secret skills, were grand and wide. Every single move of Yu Feng had an extraordinary aura that resembled mountains and oceans. On the other side of the battlefield, Xie Yun and Lu Ping were fighting back and forth as well. As the number 1 Earth Immortal of the royal family of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and had even defeated Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Xie Yun's combat strength was clear to all. Apart from the immortal arts and secret skills of Heaven and Earth Academy, Lu Ping relied on many strange methods inherited from the gigantic willow, giving Xie Yun a headache. Over the years, the gigantic willow's body had devoured the essence, energy, and flesh of countless Earth Immortals and was tempered to an incomparably strong state. In fact, It even wanted to attempt to fight against the Green Lotus true body. Xie Yun could not gain any advantage in melee combat. In terms of immortal arts and secret skills, Xie Yun was gradually disadvantaged and could not compare to the many inheritances in Lu Ping's memories. More importantly, after Lu Ping's essence spirit synthesized with the gigantic Willow essence spirit, his essence spirit was already at the heaven immortal realm. The toll of a sustained fight was something Xie Yun could not handle. Before long, the 5th round of the ranking battle was over, and Yu Feng, Su Zimo, and Lu Ping won. Right now, the top 4 of the Earth ranking were Feng Yin, Yu Feng, Su Zimo, and Lu Ping. Among them were 2 Earth Immortals of Heaven and Earth Academy. The 6th ranking battle was Feng Yin against Lu Ping and Yu Feng against Su Zimo. Many cultivators became incomparably excited and filled with anticipation. Everyone knew that the 6th round of the ranking battle would definitely be 2 rare Earth Immortal battles. Feng Yin was up against Lu Ping. As a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, and someone who was saved by Su Zimo and given a great opportunity that changed his fate, Lu Ping would definitely try his best to deal with Feng Yin and exhaust the latter's methods and strength. As the #1 Earth Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Yu Feng would definitely not surrender without a fight against Su Zimo. For the 2 battles of the 6th round, the 4 of them would give it their all. To think that I, Lu Ping, would be able to reach this stage. It's like a dream. Lu Ping placed his hands behind his back, and a look of emotion flashed through his tender face. Although he looked like a child, he seemed mature. It was a strange sight, and one could not help but laugh. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy chuckled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow teased Lu Ping. "Junior brother Lu, if you win Feng Yin, I'll give you candy when we return to the academy." Tisk! Lu Ping waved his sleeves and pouted his lips. Turning to Su Zimo, he said, "Don't worry, junior brother Su. I'll do my best to let Feng Yin witness the capabilities of Heaven and Earth Academy. There's no need to force yourself. If anything goes wrong, choose to admit defeat and leave the green stone battlefield." Su Zimo reminded, "What if I win?" Lu Ping raised his face and said proudly, "Junior brother Su, who knows, you might even go against me in the final battle." Su Zimo smiled gently and his heart warmed. He knew that the reason why Lu Ping wanted to fight with all his might was because he wanted to exhaust Feng Yin's methods as much as possible. That would allow Su Zimo to have a greater chance of winning at the final battle. Under Xie Ling's orders, the 4 of them stepped onto the battlefield. "Fellow Daoist Su, this battle is not fair. However, I represent Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and have no other choice." Yu Feng cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he nodded slightly. "I want to experience the methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect as well. Please go ahead." "Great mountain movement technique." Yu Feng channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals with both hands, condensing the power of divine powers as he pointed at Su Zimo. A large shadow blanketed the skies. A majestic mountain peak arrived with a bang, and countless rocks and dust rolled down, suppressing Su Zimo with a terrifying might. "Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Me, Hum." Su Zimo chanted 6 Sanskrit words in succession. At the same time, he conjured 6 different dermic seals with both hands, and eventually formed a dermic seal that was immovable as a mountain. It was as though a tall and mighty phantom had appeared behind him, emitting an endless glow that was incomparably divine. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Vajrawal Seal, and the Great Mount Meru Seal. The 6 dermic seals were activated at the same time and condensed into a greater divine power. The immovable Mingwang Seal won. Boom! Boom! The mountain peak smashed onto the immovable Ming King with a loud bang. The tall phantom did not move at all, as though it had roots beneath its feet. When the entire mountain peak smashed onto it, cracks appeared and it collapsed continuously. Yu Feng did not give Su Zimo any breathing room at all. He clasped his palms together, and a second, greater divine power followed, closely behind. Mountains splitting gigantic acts. Yu Feng hollered, and endless divine powers gathered, forming a gigantic divine axe in the void. Phew! He cleaved down with both hands. Boom! The gigantic divine axe descended from the skies and struck the immovable Ming King heavily. This time round, the immovable Ming King swayed slightly and his figure dimmed significantly. Cracks appeared on his body and he could collapse at any moment. Chapter 2248 2248 Anaconda, Shifting Mountain. 2248 Anaconda, Shifting Mountain. This can't continue. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He had only recovered around 30% of the power of his essence spirit. If he were to clash head-on with Yu Feng's divine powers and secret skills, he might still be able to secure victory. However, the power of his essence spirit would be expended too much, and it would definitely become a huge problem when he encountered Feng Yin later on. In a flash, Su Zimo sped towards Yu Feng. When Yu Feng saw Su Zimo approaching, he chose to avoid the battle and retreated, circling around the edge of the green stone battlefield to maintain his distance. Yu Feng's plan was simple. He knew Su Zimo's weakness. As long as he used divine powers and secret skills continuously to exhaust the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit, he would have the advantage. At that time, be it in melee combat or ranged attacks, he would have an absolute chance of winning. See calming. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he raised his palm like a saber and suddenly slashed in the direction of Yu Feng. That was the see calming stance of the Saber Emperor's inheritance. When comprehended to its limits, this saber technique could turn into a divine power, releasing the ability to shackle space. Break. Yu Feng did not dare to be careless and released his sex secret skill, hurriedly as well. The sound of mountains collapsing and the ground cracking echoed from his body as he dispelled the power of sea calming. After Su Zimo slashed out sea calming, his hand gestures changed and he condensed essence chi, writing a gigantic trap word in midair. Greater divine power, trap word art. Su Zimo knew that sea calming alone was not enough to trap Yu Feng. Therefore, after sea calming was released, he released a second, greater divine power, the trap word art right after. A powerful divine power appeared out of thin air and imprisoned Yu Feng. Splash! Without hesitation, Yu Feng channeled his blood chi to its limits, and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body, impacting the surrounding divine powers. With that slight delay, Su Zimo had already closed in, and Yu Feng had nowhere to run. "All right," Yu Feng hollered. "Let me see how strong you are in melee combat." Phew! Yu Feng's blood chi circulated wildly and rose to another level. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic mountain appeared behind him, towering into the clouds as though it was the center of the world. Against the phantom of the mountain peak, Su Zimo even felt extremely tiny. Even the many heaven immortals present, perfected immortal Xialing, and even the massive Yanyan Palace seemed to be shrinking continuously against the phantom of the mountain, let alone him. Yu Feng did not hold back and released his bloodline phenomenon right away. As for that bloodline phenomenon, it was incomparably terrifying as well. A single phantom was enough to emit such a powerful might that looked down on all living beings. At the same time, Yu Feng attacked and punched toward Su Zimo. Coupled with the rise of the bloodline phenomenon, that punch released an unshakable will and indestructible power. It was majestic like mountains and surged like the seas. That punch gave Yu Feng a mysterious feeling. Under the pressure of Su Zimo, he released the strongest and most perfect punch he had ever released since he started cultivating. It felt extremely satisfying. His essence, qi and spirit rose to another level. Su Zimo did not retreat either, and his gaze intensified. His green lotus true body had healed, and his physique had recovered to a great extent. He raised his fist and punched towards Yufeng's fist. Bang! The fists collided, and the gigantic green stone beneath their feet trembled. A tremendous shock wave burst forth from the center of the collision and spread in all directions. The long hair of countless cultivators at the spectator area swayed slightly. Their fists collided, and neither of them took a half step back. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he was wary and did not use his blood qi, there were not many people who could defend against the full-powered attack of the grade 10 green lotus true body in melee combat. On the other side, Yu Feng was shocked. That punch was already his peak, and it was an unimaginable release. Even if he did it again, he might not be able to release such peak strength. However, in the end, Su Zimo was not pushed back, not even by a half step. How did this person cultivate his physical body? Yu Feng was alarmed. However, Su Zimo did not give him time to think. He strode forward and bent his knees slightly, as though his legs had crossed the ground. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Su Zimo's feet landed on the ground, and his aura surged, as though he wanted to trample on the phantom of the mountain behind Yu Feng, and even plow 2 ravines. He clenched his fists, and his knuckles protruded slightly. Leaning forward, he raised his arms and punched towards Yu Feng's chest. Yu Feng's pupils constricted. Pissed. Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area as well, and many cultivators were shocked. To everyone, Su Zimo's figure seemed to have vanished from the green stone battlefield. In its place was a massive and torrential bull demon. It raised a pair of sharp horns and stabbed towards Yu Feng. The pair of horns seemed to be able to penetrate everything, and even the firmaments. Even bystanders could sense a tragic aura. Yu Feng, who was on the battlefield, endured even more pressure. He reached out and gripped the pair of horns tightly. However, the power of the bull demon's charge was way too ferocious. Although he managed to negate most of the power, the horns still struck his chest. Yes. Yu Feng grunted and circulated his sect's secret skill hurriedly. His skin and flesh turned incomparably tough like rocks. When the horns struck his chest, the sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. Although Yu Feng managed to defend against the attack, his chest throbbed in pain, and he staggered a step back. Suddenly, Su Zimo's figure vanished once more. Yu Feng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a cool breeze beneath him and realized that something was amiss. Su Zimo lowered his body like an anaconda snake and slithered forward, arriving behind Yu Feng in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Su Zimo's body wrapped around Yu Feng's body in a soft and boneless manner. In the eyes of many cultivators, Su Zimo could no longer be seen. They could only see a gigantic anaconda coiling tightly around the phantom of the mountain on the green stone battlefield. The anaconda's body expanded continuously, and the phantom of the mountain that was being squeezed let out crackling sounds as well. Yu Feng felt suffocated, and his bones were about to fall apart. The suffocating feeling did not only come from his body. Even in his consciousness, his essence spirit felt an unimaginable pressure, as though it could die on the battlefield at any moment. The anaconda reared its head and roared. Relying on its massive mouth, it breathed in and out endless essence qi and solar luminescence. Its body expanded and its head protruded, as though it was about to transform into a dragon. Boom! 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 Finally, the phantom of the mountain could not hold on any longer. Yu Feng's essence, spirit escaped from his consciousness as well. Chapter 2249. 2249 Final Battle. 2249 Final Battle. Nobody expected Yu Feng to lose so quickly in the 6th round. Initially, both parties fought with their divine powers, and it was difficult to determine who was stronger. However, after Yu Feng was closed in by Su Zimo, he could not defend against it and was almost minced to death by Su Zimo within 2 rounds. It's understandable why immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 Earth immortals died in the 9 heavens. Some cultivators who participated in the elimination round of the Earth ranking did not have the chance to witness the shocking battle before the steel. They only lamented when they saw this fight. Understandable? It's more than that. You guys did not witness it personally, but Su Zimo's counterattacks were even more ferocious in that battle. I just didn't expect that even for Yu Feng, who had obtained the legacy of the Mountain Sea Sutra of the number 1 body-tempering sect of the 4 immortal sects, he lost so quickly. Heaven Abyss, who was top of the heaven ranking in the past, was expressionless and remained silent. Under normal circumstances, given Yu Feng's strength and defense, he would not lose out to Su Zimo in melee combat. However, Su Zimo's offensive skill was truly a little strange. It coiled around Yu Feng like an anaconda and locked him down completely without any way of resisting. Senior brother, I lost. Yu Feng returned to Mountain Sea Immortal Sect's table and lowered his head, slightly with a guilty expression. You lost in terms of melee combat technique and was caught off guard by him. Heaven Abyss said, "This is the ranking battle of the Earth ranking, and you had a chance to escape. If this was a life and death battle, you would have already been dead." You are right, senior brother. Yu Feng did not dare to retort. On another battlefield, from the moment Feng Yin and Lu Ping exchanged blows, Feng Yin had the upper hand the entire time. With the help of Imperial Wind Temple's top-tier movement technique, Shadow with the Wind, he controlled the situation and attacked continuously, forming a crushing situation. Although Lu Ping had the inheritance of Heaven and Earth Academy and the gigantic Willow, many of his methods would often come to nothing when released. He could not even touch the corner of Feng Yin's clothes. When Feng Yin saw that Su Zimo had already ended his combat, his attacks intensified. Gradually, Lu Ping could not hold on any longer and could barely defend. Actually, be it in terms of essence, spirit realm, or physique and blood qi, the difference between the two of them was not too great. However, reincarnated immortals were best at combat skills and experience. In that aspect, Feng Yin was almost superior to Lu Ping. In a sense, Lu Ping was facing a perfected immortal with the power of an earth immortal. As for Lu Ping, he had just fused with his essence spirit and inherited the body of the gigantic Willow. Although his strength had increased exponentially and he had more methods, he was not completely familiar with this body yet. He could release many methods with the memories of the gigantic Willow. However, without his own comprehension and understanding, he could not unleash his full strength. Under such circumstances, Lu Ping was almost completely helpless. Actually, if the battle between Su Zimo and immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens was a normal fight, it might have lasted for a long time. Su Zimo released 36 time sabers in one go and forced immortal Tai Hua into a corner, forming a battle of attrition between both parties. Immortal Tai Hua's advantage as a reincarnated immortal was gone, and he could not use any combat skills or experience. That was the reason why he died on the spot. However, Lu Ping clearly could not do that. Poof! Lu Ping was slightly slower, and a wound appeared on his arm, dripping with blood. His tiny face was flat, and his gaze was resolute. He was still moving around the green stone battlefield, defending against Feng Yin's attacks. Poof! 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 Feng Yin was expressionless, and his attacks turned increasingly sharp. Many Earth immortals present could not see what weapon injured Lu Ping. Everyone could only see a cold beam of light dancing around Feng Yin, faintly discernible. Each time it appeared, it would definitely leave a flash of blood on Lu Ping's body. In just a few breaths, there were more than 10 shocking wounds on Lu Ping's tiny body. Lu Ping's face was pale as a sheet as he continued waving his willow branches, releasing immortal arts and secret skills with both hands. Biting his lip, he fought Feng Yin without saying anything. Every additional second I hold on for will be a second longer, junior brother. Su gets to rest. There were too many wounds, and his blood qi was severely depleted. Lu Ping was already feeling dizzy. However, that thought was unusually resolute in his mind. Lu Ping, come on down. Su Zimo frowned slightly and declared. Lu Ping did not seem to have heard anything, and was still fighting Feng Yin with all his might. You still refuse to admit defeat. Feng Yin's expression turned cold. Naturally, he could tell Lu Ping's intentions as well, and a cold glint flashed beside him. Blood spewed into the air. Two skinny children's arms flew into the air. Lu Ping's arms were severed by Feng Yin. Ah! Lu Ping let out a furious roar and did not retreat. Shaking his head, countless willow branches coiled towards Feng Yin like spirit snakes. Lu Ping admits defeat. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Sensing that the situation was bad, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and shouted. If Lu Ping refused to retreat on the green stone battlefield, Feng Yin could even kill him on the spot. Poof! Another blood beam spewed out. A gigantic hole of blood appeared in Lu Ping's chest from the cold light beside Feng Yin. Lu Ping's heart was pierced by Feng Yin, and his blood qi deteriorated rapidly. Swoosh! Right then, a green figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and shielded Lu Ping. Su Zimo appeared and closed two fingers, conjuring a sword art that pointed at the void before him. Clang! The sharpness of the finger's sword surged, and the moment it descended, a cold light appeared in the void, colliding against it with an ear-piercing sound. Feng Yin retreated and appeared on the other side of the green stone battlefield, raising his brow slightly. Why? Does Heaven and Earth Academy want to fight with numbers? Why don't the two of you come together? I can take both of you. What a wild tone. As expected of a reincarnated, perfected immortal, someone praised. Another person pouted. What do you know? Lu Ping's heart exploded and his blood qi is weak. He's almost equivalent to a cripple. If Su Zimo really joins forces with Lu Ping will become his burden instead. This reincarnated, perfected immortal is smart. Su Zimo glared at Feng Yin coldly before turning to check on Lu Ping's injuries. Lu Ping's injuries were extremely severe, and Feng Yin's later actions were clearly intentional. He wanted to cripple Lu Ping's body. Thankfully, the life force contained in Lu Ping's current body was way too immense. Even though he was severely injured, his body did not deteriorate and was still recovering bit by bit. Although the speed was very slow, his body could recover to its original state as long as he recuperated carefully. Junior brother Su, I didn't manage to last long. Lu Ping endured the pain from his body and forced a smile on his face. It's enough. Su Zimo murmured softly and waved his sleeves, sending out a gentle breeze that wrapped around Lu Ping's body, causing the latter to float slowly to the spectator area of Heaven and Earth Academy. He had not left the green stone battlefield himself. Perfected immortal Xieling stood up slowly as well and nodded and said, That's perfect. The 7th round of the Earth ranking battle, the final battle, shall officially begin. Chapter 2250, 2250 Heart Peering. 2250 Heart Peering. The final battle would also determine the top of the Earth ranking this time round. All eyes were on this. Everyone knew that no matter who the victor of this battle was, the top of the Earth ranking this time round would possess sufficient prestige. This 10,000-year meet would definitely be recorded in history and spread through the entire divine firmament. Looking at the two people on the green stone battlefield, no one could be certain who would achieve the supreme reputation of this generation. Would the reincarnated immortal use thunderous means to suppress this monster incarnate of the new generation, or would this paragon of the Academy trample on the glory of this predecessor? He had already admitted defeat earlier on. There was no need for you to continue attacking. Su Zimo looked at Feng Yin and said, slowly, I won't stop since he did not admit it personally. Feng Yin said coldly. The two of them stood on both sides of the green stone battlefield and faced off through the air. Their auras rose continuously, and neither of them was willing to show weakness. Their gazes collided in midair, and sparks flew with a torrential killing intent. Why, you want revenge for your fellow sect mate? Feng Yin's lips curled slightly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I have that intention. Su Zimo's tone was calm. All right then. Suddenly, Feng Yin released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and said coldly, Let me tell you a fact today. As someone who ascended from the lower worlds, you're not qualified to challenge my status. The moment he said that, Feng Yin attacked and released multiple divine powers and immortal arts in succession. They were ferocious and blanketed the skies as they struck towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air as well and channeled his essence spirit to condense a secret skill and divine power to fight head-on. There was no technique to speak of in a fight between divine powers. It was just a continuous drain of essence spirit and essence chi. It was the same as the battle between Su Zimo and immortal Tai Hua. Before the 6th round, Su Zimo had already recovered 40% of the power of his essence spirit. Thereafter, he fought a huge battle with Yufeng and expended some energy. After resting for a while, he recovered to around 40% once more. But now that both parties released their divine powers and immortal arts, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting rapidly. The divine light in Feng Yin's eyes intensified. Everything was under his control. This is bad. Xia Qingqing frowned and murmured, The current situation is similar to the battle between Brother Su and immortal Tai Hua. Feng Yin has the absolute advantage in terms of essence spirit power. Brother Su can't afford the expenditure. Su Zimo realized this as well. During the clash of divine powers, he relied on the powerful physique of his green lotus true body to withstand the power of the divine powers and closed into Feng Yin continuously, shortening the distance between them. If he wanted to defeat Feng Yin in this battle, his only chance of winning was in melee combat. The green lotus true body was currently in his peak condition and could ignore all opponents of the same cultivation realm with his melee combat strength. Be it paragons, monster incarnates, or reincarnated perfected immortals, Su Zimo was absolutely confident of suppressing them in melee combat. Finally, after a series of divine powers and immortal arts, the distance between the two of them shrank continuously, and they were already within Su Zimo's attack range. Phew! Su Zimo conjured the great chaos essence palm and slapped down on Feng Yin's head with an unstoppable might. Fu-fu. Feng Yin chuckled and moved with the wind like a willow catkin, floating down gently to avoid Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm. The power of that palm strike missed. With a calm expression, Su Zimo strode forward and attacked once more, charging towards Feng Yin. Feng Yin swayed and dodged Su Zimo's killing move again. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo attacked more than 10 times in succession, and each time he missed. In fact, he did not even manage to touch Feng Yin's clothes. This scene was extremely similar to what Lu Ping had experienced earlier on. Even now that the opponent was Su Zimo, the situation did not change much, nor was any advantage gained. How strong! To think that Imperial Wind Temple Shadow with the wind movement technique would be so powerful. Even Su Zimo's melee combat techniques have failed repeatedly. If I had known earlier, I would have joined Imperial Wind Temple at the Immortal Sect selection back then. With the help of such a movement technique, my combat strength would have doubled at least. The crowd was in an uproar. "Your Highness, can Feng Yin be invincible just because of that movement technique?" Su Xiaotian had a worried expression. "It's not that simple." Xie Qingqing shook his head with a grim expression. "I've experienced shadow with the wind's movement technique as well. It's far less terrifying than what Feng Yin displayed. Feng Yin must have other methods to be able to unleash such power with that movement technique." On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's attacks intensified. However, Feng Yin was carefree and casual. "Do you think that you can defeat me in melee combat?" With a smile and a mocking expression, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind to linger around Su Zimo. Swoosh! A cold glint appeared faintly on his body. It was the same cold glint that severely injured Lu Ping earlier on. He could retaliate at any moment. Heart-peering. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he suddenly murmured, Feng Yin exclaimed softly in surprise. He had not expected Su Zimo to see through his methods so quickly. Apart from his sex movement technique, shadow with the wind, the reason why he was able to avoid Su Zimo's killing methods repeatedly was because of the greater divine power, heart-peering. Heart-peering was a divine power secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. As the name suggested, it could read the other party's mind. However, Feng Yin's comprehension of heart-peering far surpassed others. With heart-peering, he could sense the landing spot of Su Zimo's attacks in advance and the trajectory of each attack. From there, he could make use of his movement technique to avoid Su Zimo's attacks. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could use heart-peering in battle. This required unimaginable comprehension and extraordinary reaction time. Neither could be missing. It's impressive that you're able to cultivate heart-peering to such an extent. Su Zimo replied indifferently, seemingly in no hurry. Suddenly, in that intense battle, Su Zimo closed his eyes. That action caused an uproar in the crowd. Could Su Zimo be using his spirit consciousness to fight? That can't be right. That's equivalent to having a death wish. For cultivators, even with their eyes closed, they could naturally scan their surroundings with their spirit consciousnesses. In fact, in many places, spirit consciousnesses were more comprehensive than what the eyes could see. However, spirit consciousnesses were not direct enough. In a battle, one's vision was the most direct and could reflect all information to themselves right away, allowing them to react and make judgments. If one closed their eyes and relied on their spirit consciousness to fight, they would be a step slower in every aspect. You think you can hide from my heart-peering just by closing your eyes? Feng Yin burst into laughter. Su Zimo, you're way too naive. In reality, Su Zimo had not only closed his eyes, he had sealed all 5 senses of his body. Chapter 2251. 2251 Reverse the Situation. 2251 Reverse the Situation. Heart-peering. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley in Tianhuang mainland was the first time Su Zimo experienced the mysteriousness of this divine power. At that time, Monk Xianbei knew what Su Zimo was thinking before the latter replied. However, Monk Xianbei's comprehension of that divine power was far inferior to Feng Yin. To be able to comprehend his heart peering to such a realm and fuse it perfectly with his combat strength was almost flawless. That alone was enough to shock everyone. Throughout history, there had never been any paragons or monster incarnates who could do that. Actually, the reason why Feng Yin could comprehend him to this level was mainly because of his reincarnation experience. He had died once. His soul carried his spirit consciousness imprint and vaguely comprehended something in the unknown. He reincarnated with that wisp of comprehension. Ever since he started cultivating, he had not recovered the memories of his previous life. However, he possessed the mysterious ability of heart-peering from the moment he was born. Given his talent, It did not take long for him to incorporate that ability into his combat, and it was always successful. Oh! Feng Yin's spirit consciousness moved, and his smile intensified when he sensed the change in Su Zimo. Sealing your 5 senses? Do you think that you can avoid heart-piercing's detection just by sealing your 5 senses? Expressionlessly, Su Zimo sealed his 5 senses and allowed himself to remain in a state of emptiness. His heart gradually calmed down without any emotions. If he wanted to hide from Feng Yin's heart-piercing, it was not enough to just lock his 5 senses. He could not make any strange movements with his mind, or Feng Yin would definitely notice it. If Su Zimo had a thought and wanted to release any methods, Feng Yin would sense it and be prepared. That way, his attacks would most likely come to nothing, and Feng Yin would gain the upper hand with a firm grasp of the situation. Calming your mind by sealing your 5 senses. Feng Yin frowned slightly. Through heart-piercing, he could sense that Su Zimo was like a deep and dark ancient well and could not detect anything. Although there was water in the ancient well, there were no ripples and it was silent. There were no emotions in the ancient well. Humph! Feng Yin sneered. In order to defend against my heart-piercing, you've given up so much. Let's see how you defend against my attacks. In a flash, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind's movement technique, and a cold light surrounded him. He switched from defense to offense and attacked Su Zimo fiercely. Su Zimo is going to lose. At the spectator area, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled gently. Although condensing his chi to calm his mind through sealing of the 5 senses can defend against the detection of heart-piercing, he must be dreaming if he thinks he can make use of his spirit consciousness to defend against Feng Yin's attacks. The other cultivators nodded as well. Everyone could tell that this was a trap as well. If Su Zimo did not seal his 5 senses, he would always be led by the nose by Feng Yin. If he sealed his 5 senses, he would still be disadvantaged and would fall into Feng Yin's ferocious attacks. He would not be able to defend at all. To think that Feng Yin would have such a move. Perfected Immortal Xieling shook his head gently and lamented. He's almost invincible with heart-piercing and shadow with the wind. Even if Su Zimo is at his peak, he might not be able to win this match. As everyone discussed, Feng Yin's attacks on the battlefield were ferocious, and both parties fought with speed for a few rounds. Relying on shadow with the wind's agility and grace, Feng Yin's attacks were extremely fast, and his angles were tricky, almost pervasive. Even if they released their 5 senses, many Earth Immortal Paragons of the Earth, ranking, could not defend against such attacks. However, to everyone's shock, Su Zimo received all of Feng Yin's attacks, and even had the upper hand. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Feng Yin was clearly the one who attacked forcefully and released a flurry of attacks. However, as the two of them exchanged blows, Feng Yin was suppressed by Su Zimo, who had his 5 senses sealed and was disadvantaged. What happened? How strange! Could Su Zimo have opened his heavenly eye? In the upper world, those from the heavenly eye race had heavenly eyes on their glabellas and could hide from heart-piercing senses. However, it was clearly different from Su Zimo's situation. What is Su Zimo using to fight? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned. He had just said that Su Zimo would definitely lose. To think that the situation would change so strangely. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. The cold light that danced around Feng Yin stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head at an extremely tricky angle. The cold light was filled with killing intent. The sound that pierced the void was extremely sharp as well. However, because Su Zimo had sealed his 5 senses, there was no way he could sense it. Even many Earth Immortals who widened their eyes could not see what the cold light was. However, the moment the cold light flashed, Su Zimo did not turn back. Expressionlessly, he fought against Feng Yin while suddenly grabbing back without any warning. Clang! Clang! Sharp, Knife-like fingernails protruded from the fingertips of Su Zimo's fingers. They shone with a green glow and were surrounded by lightning. Clang! Su Zimo's 5 fingers grabbed the back of his head, and his fingertips grabbed the cold light. There was a crisp sound, and sparks flew. The true form of the cold light was finally revealed. Everyone could clearly see that the cold light was an exquisite flying saber the length of a finger. Crack! 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 Cracks sounded from the saber. Su Zimo released his grip, and the flying saber turned into tiny shards that fell onto the green stone battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful divine weapon severely injured Lu Ping, but now it was crushed by Su Zimo's fingernails. More importantly, the situation seemed to be changing. Feng Yin's advantage was gone. Nobody knew why Su Zimo, who had condensed his qi to calm his mind through the sealing of his 5 senses, could fight Feng Yin and even gain the upper hand. The reason why Su Zimo was able to do that was because of his spirit perception that was cultivated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. That was something even more unfathomable than heart-peering. It was also because of his spirit perception that Su Zimo was able to survive countless life and death situations. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was a cultivation technique that Su Zimo cultivated when Dai Yu left it in the lower worlds. Many of the cultivation techniques and sutras within were useless by now. However, the essence of this cultivation technique and many killing moves could release unimaginable terrifying might even in the upper world. Yu Feng, who was renowned for his melee combat strength, was able to witness the terror of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in less than 2 rounds against Su Zimo. Feng Yin stood on the green stone battlefield with a grim expression. The crippling of a dermic treasure was nothing to him. However, the fact that heart-peering was resolved by Su Zimo was a huge blow to him. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had not encountered any opponent who could break heart-peering. As an earth immortal, he even encountered heaven immortal experts, but they could not avoid his heart-peering detection. To think that it would be destroyed by a cultivator of the lower worlds, who was initially unknown. Chapter 2252. 2252 Crushing. 2252 Crushing. Su Zimo did not give Feng Yin any time to think or catch his breath. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo continued to engage Feng Yin in melee combat, and his fingernails popped out with a cold glint. They were sharp like sabers and swords as they flew up and down with ferocious attacks. Each time he attacked, Su Zimo's body would be accompanied by a series of dragon roars that were incomparably loud and shook the world. His aura was torrential, and he looked down on the world. To everyone, Su Zimo seemed to have vanished. If everyone closed their eyes and merely scanned with their spirit consciousnesses, they would see a divine dragon with sharp fangs and claws soaring through the green stone battlefield, shaking its head and wagging its tail while biting. In the face of the divine dragon, Feng Yin was as insignificant as an ant, like a mayfly that wanted to shake a tree. Where did Su Zimo learn his offensive skills? The heaven immortals of the major factions were puzzled. I'm not sure. If I'm not wrong, they seem related to the dragon race. Perfected immortal Xie Ling pondered for a moment. In the 9 heavens, he once released a movement technique similar to teleportation. It should be a secret skill of the dragon race. Even if he has a supreme opportunity and obtain the inheritance of some cultivation technique or secret skill of the dragon race, how can a human unleash the capabilities of the dragon race to such an extent? Another person asked with a frown. Xie Ling shook his head with a lost expression as well. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, by chance, Su Zimo's essence spirit fused into a dragon corpse and fought against 3 perfected immortal experts. In that battle, the dragon corpse relied on its remnant memories to release many offensive skills of the dragon race. Su Zimo had synthesized the dragon phoenix essence spirit and had cultivated in the dragon race before. He was extremely familiar with everything about the dragon race. He cultivated the offensive skills of the dragon race with half the effort. If Zither Immortal Meng Yao and Sword Immortal Yu Hua were present and saw Su Zimo's methods, they might be able to discover some clues and recall some unhappy memories. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo released the offensive skills of the dragon race. His attacks were ferocious, and he possessed both form and spirit. Feng Yin could not defend against it at all and retreated continuously. Heart-peering was useless. Even shadow like wind was not Su Zimo's match in melee combat. Although Feng Yin was expressionless, he felt frustrated. Although the power of heart-peering was mysterious, maintaining this divine power required the continuous consumption of the power of his essence spirit. Now, that heart-peering was useless. Maintaining this divine power was equivalent to wasting the power of his essence spirit. There was no need for that. At that thought, Feng Yin dispersed his heart-peering with a single thought. Suddenly, two divine lights shone before his eyes. Those were Su Zimo's eyes that were frighteningly bright. The moment Feng Yin dispersed heart-peering, Su Zimo sensed something and opened his eyes. With a burning gaze, he unlocked his 5 senses, and his aura surged to another level. Spirit perception was a passive reaction towards danger. In a fight as such, even if one's attacks were ferocious, they would not be able to unleash the full might of melee combat. If this continued, it would be difficult to determine the victor. Now that Feng Yin had dispersed heart-peering, Su Zimo no longer had any reservations. Feng Yin, you've lost. Su Zimo smiled with a mocking gaze. This is bad. Feng Yin's heart sank as he realized that he might have made a huge mistake. Now that he had removed heart-peering, it was already impossible for him to condense it again. Kill! Sensing the opening in Feng Yin's mind, Su Zimo hollered and raised his fist like a gigantic seal, smashing it towards Feng Yin's head with a tragic blood stench. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly. He was slightly distracted, and that momentary opening was immediately seized by Su Zimo to release such a terrifying power. Feng Yin's aura was snatched away by Su Zimo, and he could not resist. He could not help but growl and circulate his blood chi to its limits. Hoo! A hurricane that connected the heavens and earth appeared behind Feng Yin, letting out a ghostly wail. Bloodline phenomenon. Feng Yin released his bloodline phenomenon and included his visual technique as though it was not enough. 2 sinister cold beams of light shone from the depths of his eyes and shot out, arriving on Su Zimo's face instantly. Before the 2 cold beams slashed down, Su Zimo already felt a sharp pain on his face. The visual technique was extremely powerful. Su Zimo had already released his visual technique in the 9 heavens. However, it was difficult for him to dodge at this distance. He tilted his head slightly, and the 2 cold beams entered his left eye instantly. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's left eye suddenly turned pitch black and emitted a cold and dark aura. There was no white in it, and it looked a little terrifying. Feng Yin's expectation that Su Zimo's eyeballs would be exposed with blood splattering did not happen. On the contrary, he saw the bottomless darkness in Su Zimo's left eye. His gaze, mind, essence spirit, and essence chi seemed like they were about to be devoured by the darkness. Thankfully, the darkness in Su Zimo's left eye dissipated rapidly. Pissed, Feng Yin was shocked and his body shuddered. His reaction was slightly slower as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Bang! Su Zimo's fist smashed down heavily like a mountain. A creaking sound came from Feng Yin's body, as though his bones were about to fall apart. Although he had the support of his bloodline phenomenon, his mind was distracted by Su Zimo's left eye earlier on, and his reaction was a tad slower. He could not gather his full strength. In melee combat, if Su Zimo had the upper hand, he would release suffocating attacks and would definitely not give his opponent any chance. After punching, Su Zimo's entire body darted forward, bending his legs slightly. His hand seemed to be holding something as he offered it to Feng Yin with a fake smile. Feng Yin's pupils constricted and his hair stood on end. With the help of his movement technique, he tapped his feet on the ground and retreated. However, Su Zimo's speed was not slow either. Like a shadow, his killing intent enveloped Feng Yin the entire time, and he was ready to strike. Suddenly, without any warning, Feng Yin suddenly swept his long hair. Buzz! A dense beam of cold lights burst forth from Feng Yin's long hair and shot toward Su Zimo's face. That attack was extremely fast, and his moves were wild. Nobody expected such a killing move to be hidden in the long hair of the reincarnated immortal. With the help of the wind and the channeling of Feng Yin's bloodline phenomenon, the cold lights were extremely fast and arrived almost instantly. Su Zimo was in hot pursuit and could not dodge in time against such a counterattack. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. His glabella opened up, and a handful of golden yellow sand suddenly appeared in front of him to defend. Chapter 2253 2253 Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle 2253 Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. The yellow sand spread and seemed to form a yellow cloud that was dense, tough, and airtight. The cold light released by Feng Yin's hair entered the yellow sand. Humph. Feng Yin sneered. You want to defend against my clear wind immortal needles with just a ball of yellow sand. To be precise, the clear wind immortal needles was a heaven-grade dermic treasure. Although Feng Yin's essence spirit was only at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal, and it was difficult for him to unleash the power of those immortal needles, it was not something that ordinary weapons could defend against. After consecutive exchanges, Feng Yin had already realized that ordinary weapons and dermic treasures could no longer hurt Su Zimo's foundation. The only way to severely injure him was if higher-level dermic treasures were used. If it was anyone else, it would naturally be extremely difficult for them to obtain powerful heaven-grade dermic treasures at the Earth Immortal Realm. Even the sect would not give Earth Immortals heaven-grade dermic treasures. However, it was different for Feng Yin. His identity was a reincarnated, perfected immortal. Before his reincarnation, he was a legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple, and the treasures he possessed were unimaginable. Many of those treasures were retained for his use. This set of 108 clear wind immortal needles was only one of them. The clear wind immortal needles were synthesized with the sky glow stone, golden light stone, thunderfire sand, light jade, and many other rare materials in the Yin Wind Valley of Imperial Wind Temple when he was alive. The immortal needles were as thin as a cow's hair and were usually hidden in his hair. They were impossible to detect. Clang, clang, clang. The yellow cloud rumbled, and a sharp sound came from within, as though the clear wind immortal needles wanted to penetrate the yellow cloud and were attacking continuously. However, after a few breaths, not only did not a single clear wind immortal needle appear, Feng Yin's control and sensing of the immortal needles became weaker. In that few breaths, Su Zimo's attacks did not delay and became even sharper. Bang! Su Zimo bent his knees forward and pushed up with both hands, colliding against Feng Yin's arms with a dull thud. Feng Yin shuddered. Even with the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon, he felt his blood qi rumble and his organs vibrate while his bones creaked. Not only did Feng Yin fail to change the situation by summoning a heaven-grade dermic treasure, his situation was even worse. His heaven-grade dermic treasure was also neutralized by the yellow sand released by Su Zimo with ease. Your Highness, can you tell what that yellow sand is? Heaven Abyss frowned slightly with a puzzled expression and could not help but ask. Among the many Heaven Immortal experts present, none of them recognized the yellow sand released by Su Zimo. Even the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were confused. This yellow sand was definitely not a treasure of Heaven and Earth Academy. I'm not sure. Perfected Immortal Xieling frowned as well and said in a deep voice, "Up till this point of my cultivation, I've never seen anyone use something like sand as a dharmic treasure or weapon. It's indeed a little strange. However, the fact that this yellow sand can defend against the clear wind immortal needles shows how extraordinary it is. The yellow sand that spread out from Su Zimo's glabella was the 9 heavens living soil. Typically, he would rarely use the 9 heavens living soil. The flesh of the grade 10 green lotus true body was comparable to a connate earth grade dharmic treasure. Almost no one of the same cultivation realm could hurt his foundation. But now that Feng Yin had summoned a heaven grade dharmic treasure, the clear wind immortal needles, the green lotus true body could no longer defend against it. Only the 9 heavens living soil could resolve it. Su Zimo was not worried that the 9 heavens living soil would expose his green lotus true body. Even with Daiyu's cultivation realm and experience, she did not know how the creation green lotus would change after grade 9. It was even more impossible for the earth immortals and heaven immortals present to recognize the origin of the 9 heavens living soil. On the battlefield, Feng Yin was forced to retreat continuously by Su Zimo. Even though he possessed shadow with the wind, his space was shrinking. Before long, Feng Yin was about to retreat to the edge of the green stone battlefield. Although Feng Yin was disadvantaged, he looked calm without much panic in his eyes, as though he was not worried about his situation. Even if his heart-peering and heaven-grade dharmic treasure were rendered useless, he had other methods. Any of those methods could change the situation instantly when released. The many earth immortals in the square were merely watching the show. As for some heaven immortal experts at the spectator area, they saw things even clearer and knew in their hearts that Feng Yin was only disadvantaged but did not show any signs of defeat. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Feng Yin spoke indifferently, revealing a condescending tone as though he was getting impatient. At that moment, he did not seem to be an earth immortal, but a perfected immortal of the past. Swoosh! Feng Yin swiped his storage bag. A dark light appeared. Stepping on the dark light, Feng Yin swooshed and disappeared from the edge of the green stone battlefield at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, escaping from Su Zimo's attack range. It was too fast. Su Zimo frowned slightly. If he could still release the rock wings, he would naturally be able to catch up. But now it was impossible for him to catch up with the burst of his green lotus true body alone. He could clearly see that the dark light beneath Feng Yin's feet was a shuttle-shaped dharmic treasure. With the help of that dharmic treasure, Feng Yin's speed increased exponentially, and he managed to escape from Su Zimo's attack. Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. Heaven Abyss focused his gaze and suddenly spoke. Perfected Immortal Xieling nodded as well. That's right, it's Feng Yin's destiny dharmic treasure before his reincarnation. It's also a pure young spirit treasure. The Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. Back then, Feng Yin used this dharmic treasure to dominate divine firmament mainland and had never tasted defeat. Even if he encountered strong foes, he could make use of the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle to flee far away, leaving his opponents in the dust and unable to catch up. With that pure young spirit treasure, Feng Yin was able to shuttle through the various worlds back then and was omnipotent. He managed to survive countless close shaves and gained quite a bit of fame. Later on, Feng Yin encountered a strong enemy from another world and was severely injured. Although he managed to escape back to divine firmament mainland with the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle, he was already at the end of his road. That was the reason for his reincarnation later on. Xieling paused for a moment. Seems like Feng Yin did encounter quite a bit of trouble in that battle back then. Even this heavenly dark light shuttle was severely injured and is crippled. Even though it's crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure back then, and its quality is still present. While the full might of the spirit treasure can't be released, it's enough to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White, C, said coldly. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yin would not be able to control the heavenly dark light shuttle given his essence, spirit realm. However, because this was his destiny dharmic treasure before his reincarnation and was extremely compatible with his essence spirit, he could use this dharmic treasure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the experts discussed, dark lights flashed continuously on the green stone battlefield at an extremely fast speed. The Earth Immortals could no longer see Feng Yin's figure clearly. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a dark light disappearing and appearing around Su Zimo from time to time, dancing and attacking fiercely. After summoning this destiny spirit treasure of the past, Feng Yin regained the initiative. Chapter 2254. 2254 Might of the Auspicious Jade. 2254 Might of the Auspicious Jade. Poof, poof, poof. A few streaks of blood light appeared on Su Zimo's body. The heavenly dark light shuttle was way too fast. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo could avoid fatal damage. However, it was inevitable that he would be injured by the heavenly dark light shuttle. A few wounds appeared on his arm, shoulder, and thigh, dripping with blood. Instantly, the many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy became extremely nervous. Elder Zhong, how about we admit defeat? Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a worried expression. Feng Yin is relying on the weapons of his previous life. In this aspect, junior brother Su is way too inferior and can't fight at all. Elder Zhong and the others exchanged glances and hesitated. Indeed, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and was completely suppressed by Feng Yin. However, his expression was calm and composed, as though he was not in a desperate situation. Although a few wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body, they stopped bleeding before long and showed signs of healing. Those were only minor injuries and were nothing to the Green Lotus true body. Let's wait and see. Elder, he said in a deep voice as he glared at the battlefield fixedly, prepared to call for a stop at any moment. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo was also thinking of countermeasures. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he had to get rid of Feng Yin's heavenly dark light shuttle. The health suppression tripod was currently devouring and refining a few treasures of the 9 heavens and could not be interrupted. Although the few sacred souls had awakened, their strength had not recovered completely. Furthermore, this was Su Zimo's strongest trump card, and he did not want to expose it in advance in a fight between his peers. The 9 heavens living soil was still rumbling in midair, not far away. Just as Su Zimo was about to recall the 9 heavens living soil, the 108 clear wind immortal needles within stirred, wanting to escape and return to Feng Yin's control. He could not touch the 9 heavens living soil. Otherwise, if Feng Yin regained control of the clear wind immortal needles, it would be troublesome as well. Swoosh! Right then, the dark light appeared once more and stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. This time round, Su Zimo did not dodge. With a single thought, a green light appeared in his palm. It was an incomparably exquisite jade weapon. Its head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud, and there were 3 pearls embedded on it that shone brightly. This jade weapon was the Trinity Auspicious Jade that was born when Su Zimo broke through to the grade 10 creation Green Lotus. Initially, the 3 pearls were dim. Right now, Su Zimo had cultivated for many years and cultivated the exalted mystic spirit, Big Dipper, True, Sutra, continuously. This Trinity Auspicious Jade also attracted a large amount of light from the sun, moon, and stars. The 3 pearls gradually regained their luster and were bedazzling. Actually, the 3 pearls were condensed from the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the chaos and corresponded to heaven, earth, and man. Su Zimo cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper, True Sutra, and refined the stars. The green lotus essence spirit wielded the Trinity auspicious jade and received immense replenishment as well. As for the Trinity auspicious jade's 3 pearls, they released an even more condensed, tricolored starlight, allowing Su Zimo to cultivate the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra at an even faster speed. Otherwise, there was no way he could have cultivated that cultivation technique to level 3 and opened up a 3rd star region in just 1,000 years. When Su Zimo first obtained the Trinity auspicious jade, he was pressed for time and did not have much time to study it. One of the uses of the Trinity auspicious jade was to change one's appearance. It was also because of this magical use that he could avoid Prince Yuan's wanted notice in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and lie dormant for 2,000 years. Apart from cultivating in seclusion in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo would also study the use of the Trinity auspicious jade in his spare time. Over the years, he had gained quite a bit of insights, but he did not have a chance to test them out. Now that Feng Yin had summoned the heavenly dark light shuttle, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out the Trinity auspicious jade. Su Zimo raised his hand and raised the Trinity auspicious jade with his spirit perception, striking towards the heavenly dark light shuttle. "You're trying to strike a stone with an egg." Feng Yin burst into laughter when he saw Su Zimo's actions. Compared to the heavenly dark light shuttle, the jade weapon looked incomparably fragile, as though it could shatter with a single strike. Clang! However, after the collision of the 2 dermic treasures, the sound of jade clashing could be heard on the battlefield. Feng Yin's figure appeared, and he shuddered. He had a shocked expression and almost fell from midair after losing his footing. The heavenly dark light shuttle revealed itself as well and swayed slightly, falling from midair as though it had suffered a huge blow. Everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? What's that jade weapon? It can actually knock down the heavenly dark light shuttle? Although the heavenly dark light shuttle is crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure back then, after all. How is that possible? The crowd was in an uproar. Even the perfected immortal Xieling, Heaven Abyss, and the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were dumbfounded. Feng Yin, who was on the green stone battlefield, was even more frustrated and confused. When he saw Su Zimo take out an exquisite jade weapon and attack the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet, he did not take it seriously at all. The jade weapon did not contain much power. However, when the jade weapon struck the heavenly dark light shuttle, the essence qi attached to it was dispersed. As for the essence qi in his body, it was shaken into chaos indirectly through the heavenly dark light shuttle. Caught off guard, Feng Yin nearly fell from midair. Feng Yin channeled his spirit consciousness hurriedly and tried to control the heavenly dark light shuttle once more. Steadying himself, he looked at the jade weapon in Su Zimo's hands with a wary expression. Su Zimo was secretly delighted when he saw that. The 3 pearls on the Trinity auspicious jade absorbed more and more essence of the sun, moon, and stars, gradually giving birth to a tricolored glow. Su Zimo realized that the tricolored glow seemed to have a special effect on essence qi. Now that it was released in battle, it was indeed extraordinary. After all, the heavenly dark light shuttle on the other end was once a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure and had a solid foundation. If it was an ordinary dermic treasure, even if it was not injured or damaged after being struck by the Trinity auspicious jade, it would most likely be struck down and could not be used for a short period of time. When he saw how powerful the Trinity auspicious jade was, Su Zimo was invigorated. He strode forward and wielded the Trinity auspicious jade, striking towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! Feng Yin channeled the heavenly dark light shuttle once more, wanting to distance himself. However, the heavenly dark light shuttle was clearly greatly affected after being struck by the Trinity auspicious jade. Its speed slowed down, and it could no longer shake off Su Zimo. The situation had changed once more. Humph. Feng Yin dodged a few times in succession, but could not break free from Su Zimo's pursuit. His expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Do you think that's all there is to my weapon?" "Go." Feng Yin conjured hand seals and channeled his spirit consciousness, shooting out an essence chi that entered the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet and pointed at Su Zimo. Swoosh! A dark light flashed and stabbed toward Su Zimo. While in midair, the dark light suddenly disintegrated and turned into 6 dark lights that tore through the air. Chapter 2255 2255 Nine Dragons Surround 2255 Nine Dragons Surround. If the heavenly dark light shuttle was intact and at its peak, it could have produced far more changes. Of course, even the current changes were enough to affect the situation. The heavenly dark light shuttle split into 6 and danced in midair, piercing toward Su Zimo from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Although the Trinity auspicious jade possessed a mysterious might and had a tricolored glow that could dissipate essence chi from divine weapons, it was difficult for it to brush away all 6 dark lights at the same time. At the same time, a massive spirit consciousness gathered on Feng Yin's glabella, emanating a shuddering energy fluctuation. "This is bad." Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy frowned and exclaimed softly, "He's about to release his essence, spirit, secret skill." The other disciples of the Academy were shocked. They had witnessed Su Zimo release 3 essence, spirit, secret skills in the 9 heavens to fight against immortal Tai Hua and the other Earth immortal experts. That was Su Zimo's limit. Furthermore, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting continuously in the battle against Feng Yin. Right now, he only had 10 to 20% of his essence spirit's power left. Even if he knew other essence spirit secret skills, the power of his essence spirit could not release another essence spirit secret skill. Feng Yin was no longer holding back when he released his essence spirit secret skill. Buzz! A cold light burst forth from Feng Yin's glabella at an extremely fast speed. In fact, it was even faster than the 6 dark lights and arrived before Su Zimo. The cold light was a wind blade conjured by Feng Yin's massive spirit consciousness using an essence spirit secret skill and had already materialized. Su Zimo did not move or dodge. He could not dodge against the envelopment of the essence spirit secret skill either. Poof! The wind blade pierced Su Zimo's glabella and entered his consciousness, disappearing. "It's over." Xie Qingqing's expression dimmed with pity. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were delighted and excited. Ha 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 ha. Prince Yuanzhua could not help but burst into laughter. The essence spirit attack of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal has already entered his consciousness. Su Zimo will definitely die. Heaven Immortal White Sea opened his folding fan once more and revealed a smile. Even if that lad has any defensive essence, spirit, dermic treasures, the aftershock of the collision will definitely cause a huge impact to his essence spirit, since the essence spirit secret skill has already entered his consciousness. Furthermore, there's the killing power of the heavenly dark light shuttle. Heaven Immortal Green, Peak, was finally relieved when he saw that. Although there were some twists and turns in this battle, they finally won. These Heaven Immortal experts were sharp and guessed correctly. Indeed, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was close to exhaustion, and he could no longer release any essence, spirit, secret skills. However, he had a dermic treasure that specialized in defending against attacks to the essence spirit. The moment Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill was formed, The 90 green lotus seeds in Suzimo's consciousness had already gathered, forming a sharp green lotus sword. However, Suzimo had his reservations. The green lotus seeds were different from dermic treasures, such as the Trinity auspicious jade and 9 heavens living soil. It was easy for others to tell their origins and link them to the lotus platform. That was the reason why Suzimo did not release the green lotus sword. Instead, he kept the battlefield of the essence spirit fight in his consciousness. The wind blade entered his consciousness and collided with the green lotus sword. The green lotus sword dissipated and turned into 90 green lotus seeds once more, returning to the creation lotus platform. The wind blade dissipated as well. The wind blade collided with the green lotus sword and released an extremely powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation that swept through Suzimo's entire consciousness. However, the green lotus essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. The lotus platform spewed out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings and blocked the spirit consciousness fluctuation without any damage. Feng Yin's essence, spirit, secret skill was neutralized by Suzimo silently. He merely had a blood scar on his glabella and his consciousness was slightly destroyed. The impact on his combat strength was almost negligible. Before Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White C could finish laughing, the green stone battlefield suddenly changed. Suzimo was not affected at all after being struck by an essence, spirit, secret skill. Instead, he channeled his essence spirit and suddenly turned the Trinity auspicious jade, holding the tip of the Trinity auspicious jade and revealing its end. An endless stream of essence chi surged into the Trinity auspicious jade. Roar! Suddenly, the exquisite jade weapon let out a loud and incomparably dignified dragon roar that reverberated through the 9 heavens. Even the massive palace of the Yen-Yang Palace trembled slightly. At the end of the Trinity auspicious jade, where the handle was, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons with different shapes and horns etched. At that moment, the glow from the 3 infinite pearls surged into the handle wildly. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons came to life and fell off the Trinity auspicious jade. They soared into the air with divine charms, sharp claws and fangs as they roared into the skies with endless might. The crowd was in an uproar. It was an extremely shocking scene. On the green stone battlefield, a green-robed cultivator wielded an auspicious jade and 9 5-clawed golden dragons circled around him. The beards of the dragons fluttered and their eyes widened in rage as roars sounded endlessly. Under the encirclement of the 9 dragons, an unstoppable aura of supremacy burst forth from the green-robed cultivator. The 6 dark lights conjured by the heavenly dark light shuttle were stopped by 6 5-clawed golden dragons the moment they approached. They fought continuously in midair, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger for a moment. However, there were still 3 5-clawed golden dragons left in midair. Besides Suzimo, they glared at Feng Yin, who was not far away with a murderous aura. Sticky dragon saliva flowed from their mouths as they spat out dragon breaths, ready to pounce at any moment. He's not dead? Suzimo isn't dead after being struck by Feng Yin's essence, spirit, secret skill. What happened? How is that possible? Where did those 9 5-clawed golden dragons come from? It's as though they're real. Why do I feel an uncontrollable sense of trepidation in the face of these divine dragons? A clamor broke out from the crowd as exclamations, shock and doubt intertwined. None of them could drown out the dragon roars on the battlefield. The smiles of Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White C froze on their faces. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression gradually darkened as well. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. What a powerful dermic treasure! Perfected Immortal Xieling looked at the Trinity auspicious jade in Suzimo's hands and was secretly speechless. This small jade weapon could defend against the sentient dermic treasure of a reincarnated, perfected immortal. It could even derive such a powerful transformation and wipe out the weapons and dermic treasures of others. Even with his experience as a perfected immortal, he did not recognize the origin of the auspicious jade. Logically speaking, a dermic treasure that was so powerful and varied should not be an unknown object. Although the Trinity auspicious jade did not have any sharpness or ferocious power, its advantage was that it was unfathomable and mysterious. This was the first time that Su Zimo had released the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. To think that they would possess such terrifying might. Chapter 2256. 2256 Impermanent Seal. 2256 Impermanent Seal. Of course, the formation of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons consumed all the resplendent light in the 3 infinite pearls. At that moment, the 3 infinite pearls dimmed once more. Without the tricolored glow, the Trinity auspicious jade was almost equivalent to an ordinary jade weapon. Su Zimo threw the Trinity auspicious jade into his consciousness once more. This dermic treasure had already helped him enough. Go! Su Zimo pointed at Feng Yin from afar. The remaining 3 5-clawed golden dragons were already impatient and roared, charging towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! A green figure flashed. Su Zimo followed closely behind, closing in on Feng Yin as well. This time round, he would not give Feng Yin any chance. Soaring cloud sword, golden flame seal, dragon suppressing rope. Feng Yin swiped his storage bag and withdrew 3 heaven-grade dermic treasures, attacking the 3 5-clawed golden dragons that flew over from midair. Cling! Clang! The soaring cloud sword blocked one of the 5-clawed golden dragons and collided continuously in midair, causing sparks to fly, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was ferocious, the soaring cloud sword was extremely sharp, and a large number of dragon scales fell off when it struck the dragon. The golden flame seal and dragon suppressing rope blocked the other 2 5-clawed golden dragons, respectively, and fought in midair. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Feng Yin has too many dermic treasures, and almost all of them are heaven-grade dermic treasures. He's a reincarnated, perfected immortal after all, and has a strong foundation. In that case, immortal Tai Hua's death was a little unjust. If he could use dermic treasures and divine weapons in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo might not have won that battle. Everyone discussed endlessly. On the green stone battlefield, Feng Yin's face was slightly pale. Indeed, he had many dermic treasures and divine weapons. In fact, he had even more dermic treasures in his storage bag. However, controlling those dermic treasures and divine weapons took a huge toll on his essence spirit as well. Right now, he had released the clear wind immortal needles, heavenly dark light shuttle, soaring cloud sword, golden flame seal, and dragon suppressing rope. All of them were heaven grade or above dermic treasures. His essence spirit was only a grade 1 heaven immortal, and controlling so many heaven grade dermic treasures at the same time was already his limit. Su Zimo charged forward, once more like a galloping divine steed. His body was filled with an incomparably tragic aura, and his aura was unstoppable. This time round, Feng Yin did not retreat or dodge. Su Zimo were finally at this point. Feng Yin spoke and gathered the final bit of essence spirit power. He conjured hand seals, and terrifying divine powers gathered, causing the world to change. That's the power of a supreme divine power. Another series of shouts broke out from the crowd, and all the cultivators were shocked. Xie Qingqing stood up instinctively. He was not surprised at all. In his opinion, Feng Yin's greatest reliance had always been supreme divine powers. If Su Zimo was at his peak, Feng Yin would definitely not rely completely on his supreme divine powers. But now, after a fierce battle, Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost depleted, while Feng Yin could still release a supreme divine power. This was the final killing move. Actually, the scene of Su Zimo killing immortal Taihua in the Nine Heavens earlier on was similar to what was happening before him. Su Zimo also expended the power of immortal Taihua's essence, spirit, continuously. In the end, when the power of his essence spirit was depleted, he released his supreme divine power and killed the latter with a single strike. Feng Yin had clearly planned everything as well. The reason why he left this trump card till the end was because he wanted to be certain that Su Zimo's essence spirit power could not release another supreme divine power. Perhaps Mr. Su's body might be able to withstand that supreme divine power? Su Xiaotian could not help but ask. After all, in the Nine Heavens, Su Zimo was the one who defended against a supreme divine power of immortal Taihua and killed the latter. That's different. Xie Qingqing shook his head. In the Nine Heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured as well after defending against a supreme divine power. However, he attacked and killed immortal Taihua without giving the latter any chance. However, right now, even if Brother Su is able to defend against that supreme divine power and is severely injured, he doesn't have any other methods to kill Feng Yin. On the contrary, Feng Yin will seize the opportunity to defeat Brother Su. Feng Yin looked at Su Zimo, who was getting closer, and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. You might not have expected that you would be defeated in the same situation. This might be karma and your final resting place. I'll take back the dignity of reincarnated immortals, lost by the death of Taihua. I want you to understand something. A reincarnated immortal is definitely not someone like you, who ascended from the lower worlds can challenge. The moment he said that, the divine power condensed in Feng Yin's hands was already at its limits. Hurricane, catastrophe. Feng Yin pointed at Su Zimo. Phew! A gigantic black hurricane appeared before him with an incomparably terrifying aura. It let out a ghostly wail as though it could tear everything in the world apart. Hurricane catastrophe was an extremely lethal supreme divine power that was even more terrifying than the one released by immortal Taihua. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks against that supreme divine power. His expression was incomparably calm as he channeled the remaining essence, spirit power in his consciousness. His hands shifted and conjured an incomparably sacred and mysterious, strange dermic seal. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Su Zimo murmured softly. Although the Sanskrit was neither loud nor soft, it spread to every corner of the Yin-Yang Palace. An incomparably mysterious power emanated from the dermic seals on his hands. Su Zimo released the dermic seal and struck the hurricane catastrophe before him. Humph. Feng Yin sneered. You want to fight against supreme divine powers with just a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries? You must be dreaming. He was not the only one. Many heaven immortal experts present could see it clearly. Although Su Zimo's dermic seal looked mysterious, it did not have any divine powers and should be an ordinary secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. It was impossible for him to defend against a supreme divine power with such ferocious killing power with a secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. Right then, the Buddhist dermic seal collided with the hurricane catastrophe. Swoosh! Instantly, the black hurricane that was destructive earlier on dissipated instantly as the divine power dispersed, without affecting Su Zimo at all. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly, and his pupils constricted. There was only a single thought in his mind. How was that possible? With the disappearance of the hurricane catastrophe, Su Zimo's figure had already arrived before him. Kneeling forward, he was like a divine steed that was galloping with an unstoppable might. Feng Yin could not dodge in time and could only raise his arms to defend against his chest. Bang! Su Zimo collided heavily against it. Feng Yin felt a sharp pain in his arms and vaguely heard the sound of bones cracking. Chapter 2257. 2257 Top of the Earth Ranking. 2257 Top of the Earth Ranking. Initially, everyone thought that there was no doubt about this battle after Feng Yin released his supreme divine power. To think that the situation would change rapidly. Su Zimo suddenly released a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, causing the hurricane catastrophe to dissipate without warning and allow him to close in. Even the onlookers were stunned and could not understand what happened, let alone Feng Yin, who was in the middle of it. For a fight of this level, a single misstep was a chasm of difference. Be it his essence chi or essence spirit, Feng Yin had already expended all his trump cards and was no match for Su Zimo, who was closing in. Su Zimo used a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness and severely injured Feng Yin in the blink of an eye. With his life on the line, Feng Yin's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Before his blood chi dissipated completely, he gathered all his blood chi to a single spot and exploded. Right then, he received a tremendous power and retreated, turning into a blood beam that fell from the green stone battlefield. Feng Yin was defeated. In midair above the square, there was only a green-robed figure standing on the green stone battlefield. After a moment of silence in the crowd, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy burst into cheers. They were invigorated and delighted. The crowd was also in an uproar. Su Zimo won. A grade 8 Earth Immortal became the leader of the Earth ranking and even defeated 2 reincarnated perfected immortals. He's truly invincible among his peers. This 10,000-year meet is enough to be recorded in history. Did you guys notice how Su Zimo seemed to have injured Feng Yin with a particular intent? Many cultivators understood what he meant. Prior to this, Feng Yin injured Lu Ping of Heaven and Earth Academy by severing his arms and penetrating his chest. Now, Su Zimo had torn Feng Yin's arms apart, penetrating his heart and chest. The wounds were almost identical. It was clear that he was taking revenge for Lu Ping. To think that someone who ascended from the lower worlds would step on 2 reincarnated immortals to ascend to the top of the earth ranking in this 10,000-year meet. Such a huge commotion and scene has not happened for hundreds of thousands of years. An old man lamented. The previous time someone from the lower worlds displayed such might was probably back in the year of Feng Cantian, another person said. The first old man shook his head gently. I heard that although Feng Cantian was at the top of the earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet and was domineering and invincible, his opponents were not as powerful and dazzling. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea had ugly expressions. Now that Su Zimo was at the top of the earth ranking, it meant that the alliance of the 2 factions had failed completely. The loss of earth immortals from the 2 factions was secondary. The main thing was that they had lost too much face this time round and would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators for a long time to come. Prince Yuanzhua looked at Su Zimo's figure. Although he was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do. He had noticed something. If he could not kill Su Zimo at the 10,000-year meet this time round, he might not have another chance in the future. Heaven Immortal White Sea was also thinking about how he should report to the Zither Immortal as well when he returned to the sect. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and did not linger here. After bidding farewell to perfected Immortal Xieling, they left hurriedly with their cultivators. The Earth Immortals of the 2 factions had already been killed by Su Zimo. The 2 of them would only be asking for a rebuff if they continued staying here. Feng Yin, how are you? Are you all right? Heaven Immortal Green Peak had a terrible expression as he supported Feng Yin back to the table and asked softly, Feng Yin took out a few bottles from his storage bag and consumed more than 10 elixir pills in one go. His expression softened slightly as he stabilized his injuries. "I'm fine." Feng Yin raised his head slightly and looked at the figure on the green stone battlefield with a cold gaze as he spat out 2 words. "What happened?" Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked, "Why did your hurricane catastrophe suddenly disappear? Can you tell the origin of that dermic seal?" Although he was a Heaven Immortal expert, his knowledge and judgment might not be superior to Feng Yin. "I'm not sure either." Feng Yin shook his head gently. "That dermic seal should be from the Buddhist monasteries. I've never seen it before. For some reason, the moment the dermic seal made contact with the hurricane catastrophe, it dissipated on the spot. The change happened too quickly, and he could not react in time given the circumstances. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo released a supreme divine power to fight against hurricane catastrophe, there would be a violent collision. Both parties might be forced back the aftershock of the divine powers. However, the moment the hurricane catastrophe made contact with the dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, everything vanished silently without any warning or energy fluctuation. That was the reason why Su Zimo could reach Feng Yin without any resistance and release his killing move. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo gradually recovered his essence, chi stamina. He sensed the shock, admiration, jealousy, coldness, and various complicated gazes around him, but his heart was calm. He had not won this battle easily. If he had not used the secret skill of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the impermanence seal, at the end, the outcome of this battle would have been unpredictable. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Everything in the world was impermanent and cycled between the phases of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. For example, all living beings were born from the initial intersection of yin and yang, as well as the interweaving of heaven and earth. That created life. Once one's body was complete, that created residency. As they gradually age, that created dissonance. Eventually, at the end of their lifespans, destruction was created. Even the supreme divine power, hurricane catastrophe, released by Feng Yin, could not escape the changes of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. When Feng Yin circulated his spirit consciousness and condensed the technique, life was created. When the hurricane catastrophe took form, residency was created. When divine powers howled, regardless of whether its strength increased or weakened, dissonance was created. No matter what sort of divine power it was, the moment it dissipated was destruction. Everything and all changes were impermanent. The fastest changes often came from the mind. Life and destruction occurred between instances. When the impermanence seal conjured by Su Zimo came into contact with the hurricane catastrophe, life, residency, dissonance, and destruction were decided with a single thought from him. Therefore, the moment that supreme divine power was formed, it was dissipated by the supreme might contained in the impermanence seal. According to Heavenly Wolf, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo, mystic classic. Up till this point of its cultivation, a dermic seal recorded in it had indeed displayed an extremely terrifying might. Although that secret skill did not consume much of the essence spirit, it could neutralize supreme divine powers. The ranking battle for the Earth ranking is over. Right then, perfected Immortal Xieling's voice sounded as he said slowly, "Next, I'll announce the ranking of this Earth ranking. Top of the Earth ranking, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo." Splash! As Xieling's voice sounded, a gigantic ranking list appeared in midair and fell. On the first row was a line of words, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo. That line of words represented the supreme glory of the Earth Immortals. Second on the Earth ranking, Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin. third on the Earth ranking. Xie Ling paused for a moment and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy before saying, third on the Earth ranking. Although the few of us argued, we eventually decided on Heaven and Earth Academy, Lu Ping. Heaven and Earth Academy occupied 2 of the top 3 of the Earth ranking. Chapter 2258. 2258 Spirit Consonance Art. 2258 Spirit Consonance Art. Yu Feng was 4th on the Earth ranking. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was 6th. As Xie Ling finished reading the names of the 100 Earth Immortals, the gigantic Earth ranking was filled with names. The line of words at the top of the ranking shone with a golden light and was the most dazzling. From this day forth, the name list of the Earth ranking would spread through the divine firmament immortal domain in various forms. The 10,000-year meet has ended. Everyone, please disperse and rest first. Xie Ling declared loudly. 3 days later, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking will return and accept your rewards. Su Zimo, follow me. Xie Ling looked at Su Zimo on the green stone battlefield and nodded slightly. Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. The rewards for the top of the Earth ranking were the most generous and were different from everyone else on the Earth ranking. Among them, the most important thing was that the top of the Earth ranking could choose a cultivation technique secret skill and a heaven-grade dermic treasure from the library and armory of the Yanyang Palace. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo followed Xie Ling in a flash. Many cultivators and factions in the square dispersed as well. The 10,000-year meet had already ended. Apart from sects and factions that had cultivators in the Earth ranking, most of them chose to return home. Su Zimo followed behind Xie Ling and headed into the depths of the Yanyang Palace. The decorations of the Yanyang Palace were rather particular. Be it flowers, trees, or architectural style, they exuded the power of flames. That included the stone slabs beneath Su Zimo's feet. Every single slab was burned red. If one's cultivation realm was not high enough, it would be impossible for them to enter and exit the Yanyang Palace freely. Your performance this time round has truly broadened my horizons. Without turning back, Xie Ling suddenly praised, given your talent and potential, your future accomplishments are limitless. Your Highness, you're too kind. Su Zimo replied. Xie Ling continued, you're from the same sect as Scarlet Rainbow. The fact that you've experienced such changes in the 9 heavens can be considered as a trial and tribulation. Why don't you explore Heaven and Earth Academy more from now on? It was clear from Xie Ling's words that he was trying to rope Su Zimo in. Su Zimo replied with a smile without saying anything more. Before long, Xie Ling brought Su Zimo to a pavilion with 3 floors. There were 2 armored guards guarding the entrance of the pavilion. They were expressionless and had sinister gazes. Their cultivation realms were already at the Heaven Immortal Realm. Go on in. This is the library of the Yanyang Palace. You're not allowed to borrow the ancient books on level 3. Apart from those, you're free to browse through the other cultivation techniques and secret skills. Xie Ling said, I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, no matter what cultivation technique you choose, you'll be forcefully sent out. All right. Su Zimo nodded. He was not surprised about that. He was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy after all, and was considered an outsider. No matter how great the rewards of the Yanyang Immortal Kingdom were, there was no way he would allow Su Zimo to cultivate the many secret skills of the Yanyang Immortal Kingdom. There was a high chance that level 3 of this library contained many secret skills exclusive to the Yanyang Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo entered the library and took a deep breath. He went straight to level 2 and took a casual spin before heading northwest. When he left the square, Xie Qingqing sent him a voice transmission and instructed him that there were a few precious cultivation techniques and secret skills in the northwest direction of level 2. He might as well take a look there first. The library was huge and had many books. If Su Zimo were to browse through them one by one, he might not even be able to browse through all the books on level 1 within a month, let alone 2 hours. Arriving at the northwest direction of the library, Su Zimo saw a few rows of bookshelves and casually took out an ancient book, Falling Dust, Heavenly Thunder Hands. He flipped through a few pages and shook his head gently before putting it back. This was a cultivation technique related to thunder. Su Zimo merely browsed through a few pages and determined that the power of this cultivation technique could not compare to the Void Thunder Manual at all. Su Zimo took out another book and took a rough look at it. It was the Blazing Sun Brightness True Sutra. This cultivation technique was rather domineering. In the Earth ranking battle, he had seen Xie Yin release it before, but it was destroyed by Lu Ping. Su Zimo placed the cultivation technique back and continued browsing. Unknowingly, an hour had passed and Su Zimo had read dozens of cultivation techniques and secret skills. The might of those cultivation techniques and secret skills was indeed extraordinary. However, even if he cultivated them, it would not increase his combat strength significantly. Actually, those cultivation techniques and secret skills were top-tier cultivation techniques for any Earth immortal. However, after Su Zimo ascended to the upper world, he cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Coupled with cultivation techniques such as the Pankati Tao Fire, Heaven and Earth Slaying Sword Arts, and Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. He was not interested in the ancient books earlier on. 2 hours were about to pass. Su Zimo was flipping through a copy of Flame Dragon Windfire. If there was no better choice, he would choose this cultivation technique. Suddenly, an ancient yellow paper floated down from the interlayer of Flame Dragon Windfire. Su Zimo frowned slightly and picked up the yellow paper. Spirit Consonance Art. 3 words were written at the top of the yellow paper. Su Zimo took a rough look and saw that it described a rather unorthodox secret skill. It was originally created by a Tao couple. The two of them cultivated this cultivation technique at the same time and could communicate telepathically. Their chemistry was seamless when they joined forces against enemies. Su Zimo was not interested in joining forces with others against enemies. However, the state described in the Spirit Consonance Art caused him to fall into deep thought. As described in the Spirit Consonance Art, if 2 people cultivated to the peak and were telepathic and had chemistry, as long as both parties circulated their secret skills at the same time, they would reach a state of seeing what the other saw. In other words, even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, one of them could see the situation on the other side through the other's eyes. Su Zimo vaguely realized that this secret skill might be useful to the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Tao Prime Body. However, he could not think of an exact scenario yet. No matter what, the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Tao Prime Body would definitely require less effort to cultivate the Spirit Consonance Art. The 2 true bodies came from the same origin to begin with. Although they were independent, they were telepathic. However, up till now, the connection between the 2 true bodies was still limited to telepathy and could not reach the state of seeing what the other saw. 2 hours have passed. Suddenly, Xie Ling's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo had already made up his mind. He held the Spirit Consonance Art in his hands, and in a flash he was enveloped by a powerful force and arrived outside the library. Xie Ling glanced at the yellow paper in Su Zimo's hands and asked in surprise, "You want to choose this secret skill? Is there anything wrong with this secret skill?" Su Zimo asked. "Not really." Xie Ling shook his head. "However, this secret skill is a little useless. Apart from the Tao couple who created it, no one else had cultivated it. This secret skill requires both parties to have implicit trust and telepathy. That fact alone is something that not many people can do. No matter how close 2 people were, as long as they had any sliver of doubt in their hearts, this secret skill would be worthless. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Naturally, such a problem would not happen to the Green Lotus True Body and the martial Tao Prime Body.